The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. Pursuant to the order,
the Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 14, 2025, I hereby appoint the Honorable Marlon A. Stutzman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, which time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders in the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the President travels to the Middle East on an important trip. It's a moment of great opportunity, but also serious risk. As the U.S. pursues deeper partnerships across the Gulf, we must remember that American leadership cannot rest on one-off deals or delusions of grand bargains. Our ambitions cannot outpace reality. Most importantly, Iran lurks in the background of every conversation. Tehran is itching to play spoiler. Its nuclear ambitions and proxy networks remain the chief threat to regional stability. Yet we have a rare moment of leverage. Iran's economy is in shambles. Its proxies are degraded, and its air defenses have been exposed. That's why I introduced a resolution reaffirming that preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons is a non-negotiable American priority. It reinforces deterrence, clarifies expectations, and ensures congressional oversight, especially regarding any use of force. We must not miss this moment. Iran continues to be a serious threat and the main detriment to peace in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, there was welcome news last week that President Trump is considering a presidential commission on college athletics. I welcome the president's leadership because college sports is important, but college sports is also broken. What used to be about school pride and student opportunity has turned into a chaotic, booster-fueled arms race. Regional conferences have been blown apart for television deals. Olympic sports are getting cut, and the balance between education and athletics, it's long gone. This isn't the first time a president has had to step in. In 1905, it was Theodore Roosevelt who summoned the top schools to the White House to save college football from itself. He didn't kill the game, he saved it by demanding rules, safety, and common sense. We need that kind of same leadership today, and that's why I'm so pleased by President Trump's potential actions. And let me be clear, college sports is a highly public, subsidized enterprise. It runs on federal exemptions, tuition subsidies, land grants, student fees, and state dollars. And yet, as public dollars prop up the system, the money is ballooning and concentrating. According to a 2023 report from the Knight Commission, annual revenues across all FB athletic programs is expected to reach nearly $21 billion by 2032. But here's the kicker. More than $16 billion of that is concentrated in just 54 schools, while college sports is important to the entire country. Roster spots across all sports are shrinking. That's why I introduced the Restore College Sports Act to put common sense guardrails back into place. It restores regional conferences so student athletes aren't crisscrossing the country for absurd TV contracts. It reestablishes competitive balance so the richest programs don't write all the rules. And it creates a sane, transparent revenue-sharing model that protects Title IX, sustains Olympic sports, and keeps student athletes, not donors and agents, at the centers of college sports. I thank President Trump for considering this action, and I call on Congress to work together in a bipartisan fashion to save competitive college sports by restoring competitive balance across the landscape. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
The representative yields back the balance of his time. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn in the strongest terms the attack by DOJ on the Women's Bureau at the Department of Labor, the only federal agency representing women in the workforce. Last week, Elon Musk's unelected unqualified, inept team at Doge canceled millions of dollars in grants funded through the Women's Bureau, excuse me, by calling them wasteful. These terminations decimated the important work of the Women's Bureau, including programs to support survivors of gender-based violence and women in apprenticeship and non-traditional occupations, which has successfully expanded pathways for women to enter the workforce and lead in all industries, including the trades. A Department of Labor spokesperson claimed that the Women's Bureau funds, quote, discriminatory DEI experiments. I'd like to know why exactly they think helping women enter and succeed in the workforce is a discriminatory DEI experiment. Canceling more than $20 million in congressionally authorized funds is both illegal and unconstitutional, and we must hold Doge and Secretary Chavez DeRemer accountable. Congress established the Women's Bureau 2 months before women officially gained the right to vote 105 years ago this year. Instead of celebrating its achievements and recognizing the benefits of these grant programs, the Trump administration is trying to send us backward in time, harming millions of women in the process. Well, I'm not going back. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand with me in support of the Women's Bureau and the crucial opportunities and protections it provides for women in the workforce. Thank you, and I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair
Sorry, yield back. Sorry, can I reserve for the remainder?
Yes, the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and congratulate 2 high school teams on their recent co-championship win of the We the People National Civics Competition. Run by the Center for Civics Education, this competition tests the knowledge of high school students from around the country, knowledge about the U.S. Constitution and American government. Students display understanding about historical and contemporary constitutional issues. Their breadth of knowledge is incredibly impressive. And I'm proud to report that both top teams are from public high schools in Oregon. Lincoln High School and Sprague High School won the national competition in Virginia after competing at the state level and then spending 3 days here in the D.C. metro area at the finals answering tough questions with confidence, intelligence, and grace. Both teams showed deep knowledge of constitutional law and U.S. history. And this year we saw something amazing. The average team size is 21 students, but the Sprague team had only 2. Impressively, the Lincoln team was mostly sophomores, but they all worked hard and it showed. A scoring anomaly resulted in both the Sprague and Lincoln teams earning the title of co-champions for the first time in the competition's history. Thank you to the Center for Civics Education for making this opportunity available. Thank you to the teachers and coaches who worked with the teams, and thank you to these impressive students. You give us hope for the future at a time when it's desperately needed. Please join me in congratulating Lincoln High School and Sprague High School on their co-championship win of We the People, the Citizen, and the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and now I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of National Police Week, I wish to recognize and honor Sergeant Mike Anderson of the Roseville Police Department for his unwavering commitment to serving and protecting the Roseville community. Sergeant Anderson has had an extraordinary 29-year career in law enforcement, with 21 of those years dedicated to the Roseville Police Department. Throughout his tenure, he has held numerous roles, including assignments in patrol, the Crime Suppression Unit, and SWAT. He's also served as Investigations Sergeant, Patrol Sergeant, and Range Master and Instructor. In addition to his daily responsibilities, Sergeant Anderson has been a cornerstone of the Roseville-Rockland Regional SWAT Team for over 20 years, with 15 of those years as SWAT team leader. Sergeant Anderson is known for his expertise and for being a calm, capable leader in moments of crisis. He motivates through action, leads by example, and consistently places the well-being and performance of his team above all else. Through his skillful training and leadership, the SWAT team has experienced 2 decades of success through many critical incidents. The caliber of guidance and mentorship he offers is so exceptional that many officers intentionally choose to remain in the night shifts that he oversees despite challenging hours to work and learn under his direction. His influence and the confidence that he inspires, among others, has shaped generations of officers who have had the privilege of working alongside him. Sergeant Anderson has strengthened the Roseville Police Force, and our community is safer as a result of his commitment to the department. Sergeant Anderson will soon be retiring as the senior most serving sergeant in the outstanding Roseville Police Department, which is a testament to his dedication, integrity, professionalism, and leadership. It is an honor to represent exemplary individuals like Sergeant Mike Anderson. And on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I would like to thank and honor Sergeant Anderson for his nearly 3 decades of serving and protecting the region as a dedicated public servant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today during National Police Week to recognize the local law enforcement officers of Southwest Washington who work around the clock to protect our community. During my time in Congress, I've made it a priority to do ride-alongs and roundtables with local law enforcement and other first responders across the district to see firsthand their work and dedication. These men and women don't have the luxury to view the fentanyl crisis in academic or sanitized terms. They see it in its most brutal human scale. I've also had the opportunity to see how we are training and supporting the next generations of officers. In August of last year, I toured the new Law Enforcement Training Center located in Clark County in my district. One of the first questions I asked the room was how many of them had children under the age of 5, and about half the room raised their hand. This makes sense, right? Because they're at the beginning of their careers. Before this new regional training center opened, these recruits would have to travel across the state away from their families for 5 months to complete the basic law enforcement training academy course. Now they can train closer to home, which is a game changer for recruits with new families. The work done by law enforcement is exhausting, dangerous, yet absolutely critical. I am committed to ensuring Congress does its part to support our law enforcement partners. But it can't stop with Congress. Law enforcement officers and their families make huge sacrifices to serve our communities and often feel like their work isn't respected or is intentionally vilified by some. You cannot substitute respect with another federal grant or program or initiative. We need a cultural shift that values and respects the sacrifices these officers and their families make. Thank you sincerely to all of our law enforcement officers, their spouses, their families, their communities that support them in this incredibly patriotic and challenging calling. I assure you that your work does not go unappreciated. I rise today during National Police Week to recognize corrections officers who have one of the most difficult and stressful roles in our law enforcement. I made it a priority to tour jails in my district, and the corrections officers I've met are patriotic professionals who perform an unseen and often thankless job under incredibly stressful circumstances. When I ask these COs what their priorities are, how I can be useful, the first 5 times I ask the question, they keep telling me what their detainees need, what would make life better for their detainees. Every day, corrections officers see firsthand the starkest crises of our society. They deal with the most violent offenders, our most difficult mental health challenges, inmates who have been caught up in the national fentanyl crisis, and people who have generally fallen through the cracks of society. Every day, they do the hard and necessary work that makes our judicial system function and receive little to no respect or gratitude from society. And it should not surprise anyone, given all of this, that they have a suicide rate 7 times higher than the general population and an average life expectancy of only 59 years. This is an indictment against our country. We must do more to support and recognize the role that corrections officers play in our communities. I therefore rise today to recognize and thank our corrections officers across my district for the difficult work they do and urge Congress and policymakers not to forget these law enforcement heroes. I rise today during National Police Week to recognize the work that the Skamania County Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue Team does in my community. Skamania County is home to the Columbia River Gorge, the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, Mount St. Helens. Though the population of our rural county is only about 12,000, the natural beauty of my home county attracts recreational visitors from across the world. Being in search and rescue is an unpredictable role where you could get called to locate hikers who misread the map or relied on their phone or dig people out from an avalanche. 2025 has been a record-setting year for search and rescue missions with 550% increase. Skamania Search and Rescue this year alone has saved an elderly woman with dementia who got lost wandering off the trail, and a family with an infant who got stuck in the snow off-roading. Thank you to Skamania County Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team for your dedication to ensure both residents and visitors of Skamania County are able to recreate safely in our beautiful country. I rise today during National Police Week to recognize Vancouver police officer Nick Copley. In addition to his service as a police officer, Nick Copley also served in the United States Navy. When Officer Copley was deployed to Afghanistan, he was one of the 2 crane operators in his battalion. In this role, he was tasked with going to the areas where the Taliban had been pushed out, and his team would work to replace the barriers with permanent concrete barriers around the base perimeter. During his deployment, Officer Copley flew an American flag above a former Taliban base and flew that same flag from the base on September 11th, 2010, and brought it home with him. 3 years later, on September 25, 2013, Officer Copley had the same American flag flown over the USS Arizona Memorial when he was stationed at Pearl Harbor. Now, a distinguished naval officer, Officer Copley is retiring from the Navy. To recognize his service to his country, it is my honor to have that same American flag that he flew over the base in Afghanistan and Pearl Harbor flown over the U.S. Capitol. Thank you, Officer Copley, for dedicating yourself to a career of service and representing what it means to serve your country and your community. I look forward to your continued service as a member of the Vancouver Police Department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Petronas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Northwest Florida. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer a special congratulations to Northwest Florida State College women's basketball team. On April 1st, 2025, actually the same day that I got to take office, the Lady Raiders took on Alabama Sheldon State Buccaneers, took them on their 3rd national championship in 5 years, a final score of 62-53. Their overall record this season was 32-3, amazing, and with a conference record of 10-2 and a proud 13-0 record at home. It takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make it to the top. Having heart for the game and for your fellow teammates goes a very long way. So I'm very excited about the victory of this team and how they brought it home to Northwest Florida. Congratulations to Coach Bart Walker and his coaching staff and all their hard work in leading the team to victory and instilling in them the heart of champions. To Northwest Florida State College State Championship basketball team, congratulations on a job very well done. Your incredible win is inspiring. You have made your community and the state of Florida very, very proud. God bless. Go Raiders. Mr. Speaker, I'm also rising now to privilege to represent more than 75,000 veterans that I represent in my district in Northwest Florida. Florida serves as one of the most veteran-friendly states in the entire country. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sorrow today that I acknowledge the passing and honor the memory of one of those great heroes, Captain Alan Colby Brady of Pensacola, and his outstanding service to the United States. Captain Brady lived as a resident of Pensacola off and on for nearly 50 years, becoming a permanent resident in 1994 after marrying his wife Diane in 1994. Born in 1929 into a naval family, Captain Brady committed his life and attended the Naval Academy, becoming a pilot at just 8 years old. He fulfilled that vow after graduating from Annapolis in 1951 and earning his wings in Pensacola 2 years later. Flew combat missions in Korea, survived a nuclear weapon testing in the Pacific, participated in Cold War operations during the Taiwan Strait crisis, and then played a secret role in the Bay of Pigs invasion. He flew defense of freedom throughout the world. But this most harrowing test came in January 1967, when he was shot down over North Korea. Alan was captured, spent more than 6 years, that's 2,237 days, as a POW in the infamous Hanoi Hilton. Enduring brutal torture, imaginable conditions, profound isolation, he never broke. He returned with honor. After his release in 1973, Alan didn't retire quietly. He returned to active duty, ultimately commanding a major Navy training wing. Upon retiring in 1979, after 32 years of service, he set sail, literally cruising the Florida coast for a living and putting up the promise that he had for his fellow POWs to make and embrace a life fully that they would get home. But Alan's service didn't stop there. In 1980, he made a daring, unauthorized voyage to the communist Cuba to rescue refugees during the Mariel boat lift. This act of moral courage that risked his freedom once again. In years, Alan became a speaker, mentor, educator. He published a book of POW stories for schools and made it available to classrooms, and he made personal classroom appearances. He also authorized a memoir, Witnessing the American Century, sharing insights from a life lived at the crossroads of world events. Even in his 90s, Alan embraced new adventures as he continued to inspire students and veterans alike. Captain Brady exemplified the values of patriotism, courage, and honor. In his words, we will always need people who are willing to serve their country, willing to give their lives to defend her. Alan Brady was not just such a person, he embodied that call. God bless Captain Brady and his incredible life of service and sacrifice. Katie and I and all the Floridians and this nation offer our thoughts and prayers to the Brady family as they celebrate his life. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the floor.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for Mr. Correa. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Correa for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first rise to welcome today our own Anaheim Police Department officers seated at the gallery. Thank you, gentlemen, for protecting our community. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking an interest in congressional affairs, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Lauren Grissett Academy in Santa Ana for being recognized as the model continuing high school by the California Department of Education. Grissett Academy helps prepare students to fulfill their potential both in class as well as in future careers. Join me in congratulating a dedicated staff, educators at Lauren Grissett Academy for a great job in preparing Orange County's next generation of leaders. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Police Week by honoring my very good friend, Santa Ana Police Chief Robert Rodriguez. Chief Rodriguez was brought to the United States when he was 4 years old as an undocumented immigrant. He got his opportunity at the American Dream thanks to former California Governor and Republican President Ronald Reagan. He then served our country in the Marines for 6 years, 2 wars. And today, Chief Rodriguez is our Santa Ana Chief of Police. He fulfilled the lifelong dream of being an American and serving his great country. Chief, you inspire our community. Thank you for your hard work. God bless you, and God bless Santa Ana. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Goodwill Industries of Orange County for 100 years of service to our community. Reverend John Winterborn founded Goodwill Industries in Orange County, California in 1924. His own home became the first clothing repair shop that expanded to include an as-is lot that essentially created Goodwill Industries throughout the country. Please join me in thanking Goodwill Industries for 100 years of service and dedication to our community and to our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the students of Magnolia Science Academy in my district who've achieved a tremendous milestone, qualifying for the VEX Robots World Championship. Our students have shown dedication, hard work does pay off, and they've earned the opportunity to compete in the international stage. Join me in celebrating these great and remarkable young students as they prepare for the World Championship in Robotics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my very good friend, Mr. Bharat Patel, for his incredible career and contributions to our community. In 1976, the Patel family purchased the original Peter Pan Motor Lodge in Anaheim, right across from Disneyland. Almost 50 years later, Mr. Patel's leadership has transformed this small hotel into the Castle Inn and Suites in Anaheim. Mr. Patel is a business leader, philanthropist, and sits on the board of the California Lodging Industry Association, Visit Anaheim, and several other colleges. Bottom line, he's a Cal State Fullerton alumni, a Titan, and I'm proud of the positive changes Mr. Patel has brought to our community. Recently, he's recognized as being honored by Cypress College's Americana Award as being Citizen of the Year in Orange County. Thank you, Mr. Patel, for your great work. You inspire us, you honor us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair reminds members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the extraordinary accomplishments of the Salem High School debate team, which recently claimed its second consecutive VHSL Class 4 state championship with a decisive 32-8 victory over Dominion High School. This victory marks the 20th state title for the legendary head coach Mark Ingerson, 18 in speech and forensics, and now 2 in debate. Salem's dominance was on full display as the team captured individual state championships in 3 of 4 events. Senior captain Claire Rawlins led the way with a perfect 6-0 record in Lincoln Douglas debate, tackling the timely question of artificial general intelligence. With 4 career state titles and a remarkable 29-3 record, Claire's leadership is unmatched. In public forum, seniors UV Singh and Grayson Smith went undefeated, while sophomore Dylan Hancock earned Salem's first ever congressional debate title with near-perfect speaker scores. Several other Spartans, including medalists Rebecca Steinweg, Luke Stovall, Cody Hinnant, and Abby Jones, also delivered outstanding performances. Also competing for Salem were Charlie Bain, 12th, and Nisa Garcia Perez, 10th in congressional debate, and Leah Johnson, 10th, and Ashley Toponta, 10th in policy debate. Students London Basham, Harper Rokovich, and Caroline Loveday also competed admirably at the regionals and state semifinal levels. Special thanks to assistant coach Rachel Worcester for her guidance and commitment to these students. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to honor the Salem High School debate team for their achievements, integrity, and the example they set for academic excellence in Virginia and beyond. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate the Skyline High School wrestling team on winning the 2025 Class 3 State Wrestling Championship, the first state title in the school's history. Under the leadership of head coach Kyle Simons and assistant coaches Joe DeVello, Brian Scott, Alan Crow, John DeVello, and Josiah Houston, Skyline's 13 wrestlers delivered a historic performance, scoring 218 points and sending 6 athletes to the finals. Congratulations to individual state champions Peyton Alia, Parker Withers, and Josiah Sykes. In addition to the state champions, medalists also included Jacob Buffum, Vinny DeVello, Joey DeVello, DJ Maybe, Cody Salomon, and Carter Houston, with strong performances from Cody Davis, Aiden Boyles, Ryan Williams, and Titus Drake. Skyline defeated 2-time defending champion Stanton River by 39.5 points, a testament to their talent, teamwork, and resilience. Thanks to Coach Simons, his staff, and the incredible Front Royal community, Skyline has made history. I'm proud to honor their achievements today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the incredibly special achievement of the Spotswood High School boys basketball team, who captured the state championship title for the first time in 32 years. A young team with only 3 seniors, this remarkable victory is a testament to their talent, hard work, and perseverance. Under the leadership of Coach Edwards, rightfully named VHSL Class 3A Coach of the Year, these young men came mentally prepared and demonstrated the power of teamwork and determination to bring home the school's second state trophy. Their success has united our community in pride and celebration. Congratulations to the following team players: Cam Pacheco, senior guard, named Player of the Year; Tyler Sprague, named First Team Class 3A All-State; Landon Davis, Rillan Baker, Reese Fisher, Will Parley, Sinat Tesfaye, Caden Price, Camden Langridge, Colin Regan, and Brennan Stobbs. Congratulations again to the Spotswood Trailblazers on this historic win. You've made Spotswood proud, and we can't wait to see you all accomplish in the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today during National Police Week to recognize the brave men and women in law enforcement who serve our communities, our Commonwealth, and our nation with honor and courage. These officers are our friends and neighbors, men and women who wake up each day, put on the badge, and willingly face danger to keep others safe. Earlier this week in Bridgewater, I joined members of local law enforcement and Commonwealth's Attorney Marcia Garst to honor those who lost their lives in the line of duty. Since 1776, nearly 27,000 officers have made the ultimate sacrifice, including 165 last year and 25 so far this year. Their service and their sacrifice must never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, the men and women of law enforcement represent the very best of our communities. We are safer because of their commitment, and we are grateful for their service. To every officer who serves, we thank you, we support you, and we will continue to stand with you. Mr. Speaker, this week is National Small Business Week, a time to celebrate the millions of small businesses that form the foundation of our economy and our communities. These men and women aren't just entrepreneurs, they're job creators, innovators, and in the embodiment of the American dream. House Republicans and President Trump are fighting to make sure they have the tools they need to thrive. That starts with making the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. Those tax cuts are critical for small businesses, with over 26 million relying on the 20% deduction to grow, invest, and hire. I hope we keep working to ensure small businesses can continue driving American innovation and prosperity.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump was elected with a mandate to improve the lives of hardworking Americans, to lower housing costs, to make groceries, child care, and medicine more affordable, to help our seniors get the care they need. But what has he done instead? He's used this position to inflate his own wealth, pad the pocketbooks of billionaire donors, all at the expense of the very people who elected him. Unlike every single president before him, Donald Trump has refused to divest his business interest. He didn't even put them in a blind trust. Instead, he handed them over to his family and who continues to profit. In the past year alone, Donald Trump has doubled his fortune from $2.3 billion to $5.1 billion. Over $5 billion he now has. How's he doing that? By treating public office like a personal business opportunity. Crypto investments make up $2.9 billion of the Trump family net worth. Just days after the inauguration, Trump announced a Trump meme coin used to funnel money into him and his family's pockets. And now the Trump family crypto mining scheme is going public as their payouts grow larger. This is more than a conflict of interest. It's blatant corruption. And now he's considering accepting a $400 million jet from Qatar, dubbed a palace in the sky. How is this even ethical? Even some of my Republican colleagues agree that not only is this wrong, but it's a national security risk. As a member of Congress, I can't even accept a gift of more than $50, let alone $400 million. It's a slap in the face to millions of people who work long hours just to put food on the table and afford the roofs over their heads. He isn't looking out for the best interests of the American people. He's only looking for what's good for the Trump business. So while House Republicans are out here snatching SNAP benefits away from children, Trump is making sure his billionaire buddies get higher tax breaks. While families stress over how to make ends meet with high costs, Trump is flaunting hotels and golf courses. And while House Republicans debate which critical fundings to cut, Donald Trump is raking in access to expand his personal empire. Donald Trump is making a mockery of public office by continuing to enrich himself at the taxpayers' expense. If a Democrat were here in the White House, my friends across the aisle would be losing their minds right now. Wrong is still wrong, regardless of which party this president belongs to. We need to put an end to Donald Trump's pay-for-play political gifts for the sake of our reputation, our democracy, and our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
that Representative yields back, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to be here with you this morning to talk about the good news. Every day I hear in so many newscasts that somehow the sky is falling. But let's hit the facts about what's actually happening in our economy, and most importantly, how America is moving in the right direction. Gas prices, down. Inflation, despite all the worry of the last month, held in check. Food prices, down. Border, secure. Enlistments, up. Respect back around the world. I mean, just look at the scenes you're seeing overseas, the respect that the United States enjoys once again. Peace is on the horizon in both Ukraine and, of course, now in India and Pakistan, and we have negotiated a deal. This is about promises kept, about leadership met, and that's why it's so exciting to see America is back again. You know, when we look at all of these things, one of the things that's so refreshing that so many people tell me back at home is that the President of the United States is finally talking directly to the American public. He actually talks to the press. He takes questions. He illuminates what he is working on and why he is pushing different policies. This is what's called open government. For the last 4 years, we've seen behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Now we see open government, and not just in talk, but in action. I know there's been some criticism on DOGE, and nothing's ever perfect, but let's be candid here. It's your money. You deserve to know where every single dollar is spent. That's all DOGE is doing, in addition to making recommendations how we can actually save money. And in case everyone hasn't noticed, we're running $1 trillion deficit, let alone over $36 trillion in overall debt. And when I hear the other side talk about these different adjustments that might be made, what solutions have they offered other than higher taxes? Higher taxes. We need more money. Well, there's plenty of money here in Washington, D.C. Let's figure out how to spend it in a smarter way. And that's all DOGE is trying to say. One of the smartest people in the world literally saying, here's some alternatives you might want to take under consideration on how real business world works as opposed to what happens in Washington, D.C. And that's why a lot of us new folks ran for office. Back at home, we actually balance budgets. We're forced to with a balanced budget amendment. Here, money just flows. And if you dare cut spending in any way possible, somehow you're seen as heartless. I don't buy that. And for years, they talked about prescription drug changes. Guess what? The president did it. He didn't talk about it, he acted, and it's such a refreshing change, again, keeping promises made on the campaign trail as opposed to the bait and switch. This is what American government should be all about, and why I'm proud to work with the president every single day in trying to figure out how we actually reduce the size and scope of government, how we reduce costs so you have more of your own money in your own pocket. You earned it after all. And here's the other refreshing thing. He talked about reducing Social Security taxes during the campaign. Guess what? If you make under $75,000, you're going to have a nice tax cut if you're on Social Security. And let's remember, that's on a tax you've already paid. Second, he talked about the idea of no tax on tips, again, in the proposal we're putting forth. And that's not Elon Musk getting breaks. That's not some rich billionaire getting a break. That's everyday working Americans who make this country operate every single day. And it's a welcome change as opposed to what we saw over the last 4 years where they just kind of told people what they were doing behind the scenes but never actually addressed the public directly on. And again, one last thing. I was here last night. I had the honor of serving in the chair where you are, Mr. Speaker. And for a long time, I heard a member from the other side talk about tax cuts for the rich. Guess what? The tax rate for the rich is staying the same. It's 37 now. It's going to be 37 when we pass this bill. That's not a tax cut. Okay? Get it straight. They are on the same level. They are in a situation where they're paying high taxes. Think about it, 37%. 37% of every hour, 37% of every dollar you earn goes to the government in that regard. So there's no tax cut for the rich. It's simply keeping the current tax rate. And I wish the other side would recognize that. This is not a tax cut. So finally, I'll just bring in this, Mr. Speaker. The issue of China is very important. As we know, once they joined the WTO many years ago, they were supposed to play by the rules. That was supposed to be where we'd all be on a level playing field. Instead, what they have done is abuse that privilege of budget. They pollute the world. They have slave labor still today, and it's an unlevel playing field. And what does President Trump finally do? He put the pressure on them, and they capitulated right away. We brought down the rates, and we have a more logical agreement. And I think with the good work of our Secretary of the Treasury, that will actually be put into order. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back, and I thank you for this opportunity to address the American public about what's really going on in our economy.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce as legislation President Trump's executive order for the most favored nation status on drug pricing. My legislation will codify President Trump's executive order, which basically says that Americans should not pay more for drugs than people in other countries and other parts of the world. Right now, we're paying 2 to 3 times more for our drugs than people in other industrialized nations. Now, this executive order, codified by the legislation, will allow our cabinet secretaries to put pressure on Big Pharma and make sure that they are not price gouging, and will allow for the importation of cheaper drugs. So you ask, why do we need the legislation? Because the reality is that Big Pharma will sue for the executive order like they did in the previous Trump administration. And in the previous administration, they managed to kill the executive order. The only way we can stand up to Big Pharma is to codify in legislation what the president wants to do in an executive order. So here's the deal. If I can cross the aisle and support President Trump's executive order in legislation, every Republican should be willing to cross the aisle and support my legislation. It's a pretty simple test. Are we going to stand in this body with the $16 billion that Big Pharma spent on lobbying, or are we going to stand with the American people? We will know that answer based on how many co-sponsors we get for my legislation that simply codifies Donald Trump's executive order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the cruel budget cuts on Medicaid and on the NIH. I don't want to sensationalize, I just want to give some of the facts. The Republican budget would cut $715 billion from Medicaid. They're going to freeze this thing called a provider tax, which means that the federal government is going to give $600 billion less to hospitals across this country. That's going to mean, according to the Independent Congressional Budget Office, that almost 8.6 million people lose their insurance. It's going to mean that many hospitals won't be able to offer services in physical therapy, in mental health counseling. And it's going to mean, unfortunately, that hospitals close, rural hospitals. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of Senator Josh Hawley, who represents the state of Missouri, who said that these Medicaid cuts would be a total betrayal by the president and the Republican Party of the working class. I never thought I'd be quoting Josh Hawley, but everyone should read his op-ed. I mean, he was pretty clear that these cuts would be devastating for working families. And then you look at the cuts to the NIH, a report released today by the Senate, already 31% decrease in cancer research in this country. The NIH has been decimated with 30% effectiveness and almost a 40% cut. This is money that goes not just into cancer research, but into Alzheimer's research, Parkinson's research. We used to have a bipartisan consensus in this country that we did not cut Medicaid, that we did not cut medical research, that we did not give more tax breaks to people in my district in Silicon Valley, to the billionaires in my district, at the expense of medical research and the working class. I hope people in this body will reconsider the cruel cuts to Medicaid, the cruel cuts to NIH, and tax the billionaires in my district a little more so we don't have to cut these essential programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to announce our winners today for our second annual Missouri's 4th Congressional District speech competition for 2025. This is something we started last year here in this very chamber, and I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to maybe adopt this in their district to try to reinstill patriotism into our great nation. Our prompt this year is, what does it mean to stand for freedom here at home and abroad? Our first winner is Taylor Ohlendorf, who is in the 11th grade at Glasgow High School. And Taylor wrote this: standing for freedom means advocating for the inherent rights of individuals to live without expression, pursue their dreams, and express themselves without fear. In America, freedom is foundational. It's symbolized by democratic values like free speech, equality, and the pursuit of happiness. At home, this means protecting civil liberties and ensuring justice for all, regardless of race, gender, or background. Abroad, America plays a critical role in promoting freedom by supporting democratic movements, opposing tyranny, and providing humanitarian aid. The U.S. has historically used its influence to encourage the spread of human rights and liberty worldwide, embodying the belief that freedom is a universal right, not just an American ideal. Our next winner is Gray Landreth, who is in the 11th grade at Waynesville High School. And Gray wrote, a tall stone lighthouse standing firm against turbulent waters, giving a path for sailors, even in the most treacherous of storms, always steadfast. This is what it means to stand for freedom, to be resolute in one's principles in the face of adversity. America is the lighthouse of freedom, and democracy is the unforgiving sea of the world, illuminating the path to the patriotic way of life for which the previous people of this country fought so hard. Not only is it important for the lighthouse to point the way for smaller vessels on the water, but also to maintain its light, to maintain its freedom. Before America can radio the path for other countries, it must prioritize first its own freedoms and make sure its light bulb never flickers. Our next winner is Lauren Lurcher, who's also in 11th grade at Waynesville High School. And Lauren wrote, freedom isn't just a word, it's a responsibility. To stand for freedom means defending the rights of others, even when it's difficult. At home, America strives to protect democracy, ensuring every voice is heard. But freedom isn't just for us. It is a global value. The U.S. promotes human rights and stands against oppression worldwide through diplomacy, aid, and example. However, authentic leaderships mean acknowledging our flaws and working to improve those. Standing for freedom isn't about power, it's about justice, equality, and courage. If we truly believe in freedom, we must defend it everywhere for everyone. Because without freedom, we lose what makes us who we are. I'm extremely proud of these young people. Talented, smart, patriotic Americans who want our country to be better. Let us all strive in this body, no matter what side of the aisle we're on, to make that happen. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue at a later date with our remaining winners. Again, I encourage our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to adopt the Congressional Speech Contest to build patriotism among our young people in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas, for her 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak, House Republicans are finalizing an extreme budget plan that includes the largest cut to Medicaid in our country's history. This is an outright assault on the health care of nearly 14 million Americans, including over 370,000 people in my district, California's 29th. Additionally, hospitals like Olive View Medical Center in Sylmar, where over 70% of patients rely on Medicaid, will suffer, and services at health centers throughout my district, including Proyecto del Barrio and Northeast Valley Health Corporation, will be cut. Republicans' attacks on Medicaid means Americans, including millions who are already struggling to keep up with the rising cost of living, will be forced to pay more for health care. Republicans continue to show that they have no plans to make life easier for anyone who's not a billionaire. In fact, while the rest of the country gets sicker and poorer, Republicans are set to give their billionaire donors new tax breaks. Protecting Medicaid is essential to our communities. That is why House Democrats and I are demanding an up or down vote to protect it. I call on my Republican colleagues to join House Democrats in signing our discharge petition to protect Medicaid for your constituents and health care for children, seniors, and the disabled in your district. Mr. Speaker, this week, we should be celebrating the 75th anniversary of the National Science Foundation and the countless investments it has made to propel our country ahead in the technological race. However, since the start of the Trump-Musk administration, the NSF has been in its crosshairs. In total, Elon Musk, Doge, and this administration have terminated over 1,400 grants totaling more than $1 billion in funds. Some of the projects that these funds would have supported include giving middle school students opportunities to use math and design to address agricultural issues, identifying the use of deepfakes and curb the spread of misinformation, and supporting the training of the next generation of quantum technicians. Cuts to these programs and many more came with no transparency, little communication, and zero accountability. My colleagues on the Science Committee have repeatedly demanded that the administration answer for their actions, even as recently as this week. Each time we were met with radio silence. This administration needs to answer for its unprecedented attack and how it wipes out decades of progress for science, including decades of progress for diversifying the STEM workforce. This week, we should be celebrating the advancements NSF has contributed to over the past 75 years and looking forward to a bright and innovative 75 more years. Instead, we're fighting to save it from the chaotic, reckless, and destructive actions of this administration. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Stutzman, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to share my thoughts on the dilemmas that we face here in Congress. Watching what is happening not only here at home, here in Congress, but also around the world, we have a great opportunity in front of us. We can be not only strong here at home, but we can also be strong abroad, which President Trump is showing that as he travels today in the Middle East. I just want to remind us all that we have threats around the world and that are watching the United States on a daily basis. I was currently over in Syria, and there's a great opportunity there that President Trump has addressed by lifting the sanctions on the Syrian people. But the Syrian people know that America can be trusted. Now, let's take that opportunity and help not only them, because that's going to help stabilize the region in the Middle East, and it's going to help our ally Israel. It's going to help our other allies that are participating in the Abraham Accords. And that's why I want to applaud President Trump for what he's doing, but to see how the people in the Middle East and others around the world that are there have respect for our president is refreshing. To know that they know he's going to do what he says he's going to do. He's a strong leader. He's one that is willing to sit down and talk to anyone. He's not afraid to sit down and talk to anyone. He has the American people behind him. He has the American economy behind him. Look what he's doing with China right now. We all know that China is the threat that we are concerned about the most. We also know that others around the world don't want to do business with China because of the way they operate. They manipulate their currency. They take advantage of their own people. They don't respect the environmental standards that we do. What President Trump is doing is truly remarkable and resetting the national stage, the global stage, for the United States of America, for the American people, And the tariff policy that he has implemented is bringing people to the table. People ask, well, why are people wanting to talk to President Trump in the Middle East as he's there visiting? To see how much they want to get his ear. It's because he has reset the table and said the American people are going to be put first. No longer are we going to continue to supplement, subsidize, let other countries take advantage of the American people. So I applaud the president today. But I want to talk about our budget. We here in Congress have a greater opportunity and a responsibility to be sure that we move towards a balanced budget, reduce our debt and deficits, and I would encourage all of us, Republicans and Democrats, to realize we are spending more money than what we make. $1 trillion. $1 trillion goes towards our interest each year. That means $1 trillion doesn't go towards helping the American people. Also, we're in deficit spending. Trillions of dollars is going to the national debt. I was first elected to Congress in 2010. The debt was $9 trillion. 2017, I left for a period of time. It was $18 trillion. Now we're in 2025. The national debt is $36 trillion of debt. That is going to be put on the backs not only of our children and grandchildren, but it's going to be put on the backs of us as Americans today. Hardworking Americans are watching what we're doing. They're working hard. Are we working hard for them? We need to come to the table with this reconciliation package, and I welcome everybody. We should all be at the table and realize our health care costs are out of control. President Trump is already showing leadership on this. If the health care industry can't get its act together and lower the cost, we're going to have to address it. It's no longer a free market in health care. So I believe that we as Congress, we are going to have to start taking measures to be sure that the cost isn't just continually passed on to the American people and drive our debt further and further. So I would challenge the healthcare industry. Start doing it now. Start lowering the cost. We know healthcare cost in this country is out of control. And Medicaid is the one that's now paying for it, and more people have been forced onto Medicaid. And this goes back to Obamacare. We were told by the Democrats that Obamacare was going to fix our health care problems. Look where we're at today. It's worse today than what it was back in 2008-9 when Obamacare was passed. This is our opportunity to realize we have to cut spending in Washington. Let's make sure we take care of our men and women in uniform, but let's address the health care costs that are truly suffocating our federal budget. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Gillen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of National Police Week and on behalf of New York's 4th Congressional District, I'm proud to stand here today to honor our brave men and women in law enforcement. Every day, our officers are on the front lines of the most urgent public safety challenges in service to our community. When disaster strikes and people are in need, our law enforcement officers are the first to respond. Despite the risks, the long hours, constant stress, hundreds of thousands of officers wake up each day, put on their badge, and answer the call. They do it for us, for our loved ones, and for our community. This week serves as a solemn reminder of the dangers that our officers face daily. Without law enforcement, we would not enjoy the security we often take for granted. With courage and with bravery, our officers run towards danger every day to keep us and our loved ones safe. Today, we honor Nassau County's own, who gave their lives in the line of duty. Among them are officers Eric Contreras, Christopher Sismarket, Kevin Conovan, and Philip Shafini of the Nassau County Police Department, who bravely served our community on 9/11, one of the darkest days in American history. In the aftermath of the worst terrorist attack on American soil, they were among the brave first responders who ran towards danger, working tirelessly among the toxic rubble at Ground Zero. Years later, all 4 would tragically lose their lives, caused by the toxins that they were exposed to in their heroic efforts. This is a painful reminder of the lasting cost of their selfless service. Unfortunately, thousands of our heroic law enforcement officers, firefighters, and emergency personnel who bravely answered the call on the darkest day in our nation's history continue to suffer from life-threatening cancers, respiratory diseases, and other debilitating conditions from the toxins at Ground Zero. That is why I was proud to help reintroduce the bipartisan 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act, which would permanently fix the current funding shortfalls in the World Trade Center health program. We owe it to our 9/11 first responders to ensure that the programs they rely on will be fully funded and fully staffed. In addition, last year we also lost Officer Jonathan Diller, who proudly served with the NYPD. Tragically, he was killed last year while conducting a routine traffic stop in Queens. In just 3 years on the force, Detective Diller made over 70 arrests and was honored with 3 excellent police duty medals. His colleagues remember him as a bright, positive presence, always eager to learn, deeply dedicated, and truly passionate about the job he loved. The names I mentioned are not just names on a list. They are fathers, brothers, sons, and friends. They were pillars in their department and in their communities, whose courage will never be forgotten, and their sacrifice will never be in vain. On behalf of all of Long Island, we will never forget those who laid down their lives in service to others. As we mark Police Week, may God bless the officers who gave up their lives to keep Americans safe, and may He give them their loved ones comfort. To all of our officers, past, present, and future, we thank you, we honor you, and we stand with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
General yields back, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. I rise driven by conscience to embrace the moral imperative to speak truth not only to power, but to also speak truth about power. And I rise today to acknowledge, driven by conscience, what the world is witnessing as we see the collective punishment being imposed upon Palestinians in Gaza. I rise to say that this level of punishment is something that is intolerable and has to be addressed. I rise to say that not only is there collective punishment, there is ethnic cleansing taking place in Gaza. I rise to say that at some point, we in this Congress have to take a stand against the injustice being perpetrated against innocent Palestinian men, women, and especially children. This level of injustice is something that this country has always stood against, but we find ourselves today standing with Mr. Netanyahu and the government that is bringing shame to the country of Israel. Israel should never do what it despises. I believe that the country of Israel would despise this level of punishment, this level of injustice being perpetrated upon another country. Yet we find today that Mr. Netanyahu, under his leadership, Israel is gaining a reputation as a pariah country. Mr. Speaker, to add insult to this grave injury, the United States of America is aiding and abetting by and through President Donald John Trump, aiding and abetting by simply having him conclude that somehow Gaza should become a resort of a sort. and that the Palestinians would be moved to some other place. That is a form of nouveau ethnic cleansing. I do not support it. And I want the world to know that if in this bill, this big, beautiful bill that the president would have us sign off on, that I'm already antithetical to, but if there is money in that bill to support the continued ethnic cleansing, the continued inhumanity that's taking place against the Palestinians, I cannot support that. I will not vote to send more money to see innocent men, women, and especially children slaughtered the way it is taking place right before our very eyes. And the unfortunate thing is, there are too many among us who are afraid to speak up. Well, I refuse to be among those who at this time of challenging controversy, who will sit and cower. I'm going to take a stand, not because it benefits me personally, but because conscience says we cannot allow these injustices to go unpunished. Driven by conscience to say that I won't be supporting sending any additional dollars to Israel, having already sent and voted for more than $50 billion. Nobody can accuse me of not being a supporter of Israel. I've supported it. But I can't support the Netanyahu administration and what it's doing to the country of Israel, and I can't support what's happening in my country as our president would embrace this ethnic cleansing. This is the hour of decision. This is a time for every person of goodwill to make a decision. I stand for peace in Palestine and a two-state solution. There are those who say that there is no plan for the interregnum, what we call the day after. Mr. Netanyahu does have a plan. It is to take all of Palestine. It is to take all of Gaza. It is to take the West Bank. He has a plan. Don't assume that because he's going in without our permission that he doesn't have a plan. He does. My plan is to vote against any additional funds to the state of Israel. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. McBath, is recognized for 5 minutes. Before she starts, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend marks a very important anniversary in our nation's history. On May 18th, we celebrate the 60th birthday of Head Start. I want to take this time to acknowledge the leaders and advocates from the YMCA of Metropolitan Atlanta, Georgia's largest Head Start provider. Through the years, my office has developed an outstanding partnership with the YMCA of Metropolitan Atlanta as we work hand in hand to serve our children. Next week, the supporters of Head Start from across Metropolitan Atlanta will gather to wish a happy birthday to this critically important federal program. 60 years ago, President Lyndon Baines Johnson spoke from the Rose Garden to announce the opening of 2,000 child development centers across the country. Project Head Start was developed as a community-driven initiative to ensure that children born into poverty would not remain there for the rest of their lives. In order to get a good head start on the future, children would receive preschool training to get them ready for school. They would receive medical and dental care, and their parents would receive counseling on how to provide the best environments for them at home. 60 years later, Head Start's legacy continues to make America proud. This federal program has served nearly 40 million American children, from classrooms to the kitchen table. Head Start walks alongside our families and their young children to serve them through the 4 pillars of every Head Start program, from education, health services, family involvement, and wraparound services. The benefits of Head Start are clear. Children who attend Head Start are more likely to complete high school and more likely to enroll and complete college. They are less likely to have run-ins with the law, less likely to enter foster care, and less likely to experience poor health. I'm proud to serve in Congress with notable Head Start alumni, my colleagues such as Representative Tony Gonzalez, Teresa Ledger-Fernandez, Andre Carson, Johanna Hayes, and of course, Georgia's very own Senator Raphael Warnock. Sadly, over the last 60 years, the transformational legacy of Project Head Start seems to have been forgotten, and its future has faced recent threats by many of the Republican colleagues in the Trump administration. Just last month, a leaked Republican budget proposed a complete elimination of funding for Head Start. In Georgia alone, over 22,000 children would stand to lose out on the opportunity to participate in this life-changing and transformative program. And as a mother who fights for the safety and success of every child in America, I will not be silent in the face of these attacks. That is why I've been standing up and sounding the alarm, working to educate people back home about what these cuts would mean for our community, not only in Georgia, but all across the nation. Georgia is facing a child care crisis. At a time when access to child care is severely limited, cuts to Head Start would impact not just the lives of the children and their families, but our entire communities. Head Start is a core component of our local economy, and without access to this option, many parents would be forced out of their jobs. Head Start affords working families the peace of mind that their children are safe. They'll be healthy and well cared for during the day. Just as President Johnson did, we are continuing to fight for investments and opportunities for our children so that they have the tools necessary to achieve their highest ambitions. Federal investment in the foundational development of our children must remain our national priority. As we prepare to wish Head Start a happy 60th birthday, I call on all Georgians and all Americans across this country to take action and speak out in support of our children. What we do today matters a great deal for the future of our next generations. It is my hope and my prayer that 60 years from now, this body will be comprised of many more Head Start alumni, living proof that this program must continue. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I recently wrote a letter to Secretary Noem and Secretary Rubio, which I'd like to share with my colleagues. I write today to express my grave concern over the administration's apparent misuse of obscure provisions in our nation's immigration laws to deport or detain indefinitely individuals without due process. Independent of whether a non-citizen is guilty of what they're being accused, I fear these actions are setting a bad precedent that undermines the American justice system, runs contrary to the letter and the spirit of the U.S. law, and poses a risk to American citizens at home and abroad. The Fifth Amendment provides that all persons in the United States are entitled to due process of law, including, at minimum, notice, an opportunity to be heard, and a decision by a neutral decision maker. Contrary to this constitutional protection, the administration has decided to leverage exceptions in the law, such as invoking the foreign policy bar of the Immigration and Nationality Act, INA, and or the Enemies Alien Act of 1798 as its reasoning for detaining or deporting individuals without due process. The foreign policy bar of the INA states that if the Secretary of State has reasonable grounds to believe an alien's entry, proposed activities, presence, or activities in the United States would have, quote, potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States, that person can be excluded or deported from the United States, end quote. Similarly, the Enemy Aliens Act of 1798 permit summary deportations during times of war and was last invoked during World War II. These provisions now have novelly been used during peacetime as grounds to send Department of Homeland Security agents to the homes of individuals with varied alien status, including permanent residents and asylum seekers, arrest them, and either detain them indefinitely or forcibly deport them. Lawyers representing these subjects have been denied access to their clients, as well as access to the warrants and other official documents. Judicial orders have been blatantly ignored, and courts denied access to potentially evidentiary information. I'm concerned that these actions by the administration are simply a trial balloon to expand presidential authority without judicial or legislative oversight in order to detain individuals at their will or discretion. The constitutional checks and balances in our Bill of Rights have been the envy of the free world and a warning to dictators everywhere that a nation can be strong and secure and at the same time show forbearance in the administration of justice. Seeing the erosion of these concepts in our own nation is disheartening, to say the least, and a dangerous precedent to entertain for any free people. It is my responsibility to speak out, not because I agree with the affected individuals or sanction acts for which they are accused, but because if we wish to live in a democratic society, we must defend the lawful rights of all, including those whose actions make them subject to the American justice system. The actions taken by the administration to arrest, detain, or deport without lawful due process acts as a dangerous precedent for all of us, even those who one day may count themselves among former holders of high office. Americans also now risk being subject to retaliatory treatment in other countries. Given the centuries-old protections granted by our Constitution, I urge the administration to rethink its actions in order to preserve the letter and the spirit of American laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? What would you have us do today, O Lord? What decisions would you have us make? What words would you have us speak? What actions would you have us take? Teach us your way this day, O Lord, that we may rely on your faithfulness. Then give us an undivided heart, that when we are faced with challenges, we would rely on your wisdom. When we are met with resistance, we would count on your strength. When we face doubt, we would believe in your eternal grace plan. When we are overwhelmed with fatigue, we would know your everlasting arms will uphold us. Great is your love toward us, O God. May our lives this day reflect our faith in your steadfast love. It's in your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chairman has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chairman will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Donald Trump has begun the first trade trip of his second term, announcing an historic agreement with Saudi Arabia and others to invest $1.4 trillion in America, creating jobs. More historic foreign policy wins are expected as President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio continue their trip now to Qatar and then UAE. Courageously, President Donald Trump announced yesterday his lifting sanctions on Syria to provide the country a chance at greatness. Sanctions were imposed on the murderous Assad dictatorship, which in November declared I was an enemy of the state, and weeks later the dictator fled to Moscow. Today is a historic meeting between President Trump and Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara, as arranged by Saudi Arabia and Turkey, with the opportunity to expel Russian bases from Syria. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, hosting murderous dictators. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in your defense and in defense of all of your fellow Medicaid beneficiaries. Now, before you say, wait a minute, Medicaid's for poor people, I'm not poor, here's the thing. If you cut Medicaid, community health centers shut down, which means that instead of preventative care, folks go to emergency rooms. So if you ever need urgent medical attention and there's an ER bed available, you are a Medicaid beneficiary. Cut Medicaid and public school kids with special needs won't get the targeted resources that they need. So if you're a kid or if you're the parent of a kid who's getting help from a teacher who's not otherwise overwhelmed by their workload, then you are a Medicaid beneficiary. Cut Medicaid and a whole lot of hospitals will close. So if you have an operating hospital within driving distance of your home, congratulations, you are a Medicaid beneficiary. Because Medicaid benefits all of us. And yet the Republican plan that they're debating would cut that program by $700 billion, making us all sicker, more vulnerable, and making sure that people die. But at least you can tell Donald Trump that you gave him a tax cut. I hope you're proud of yourselves, because no one else is. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn President Trump's attack on knowledge and on history. Last week, he fired our beloved Library of Congress. He fired the head of the Copyright Office for perhaps writing a report that his tech billionaire backers didn't agree with. He's cut funding for the National Endowment for the Arts and for the National Humanities. This is funding for important programs that tell our history, that tell our culture across the United States. In New Mexico, we are proud of our diverse and often conflicting and difficult but always fascinating history and culture. I ask President Trump, why are you afraid of the complexities and the brilliance of our history? Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? We'll pause. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee of Rules, I call up House Resolution 405 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 27, House Resolution 405. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House any bill specified in Section 2 of this resolution. All points of order against consideration of each such bill are waived. The respective amendments in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in each such bill, shall be considered as adopted. Each such bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in each such bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on each such bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, the bills referred to in the first section of this resolution are as follows. A, the bill, H.R. 2240, to require the Attorney General to develop reports relating to violent attacks against law enforcement officers and for other purposes. B, the bill, H.R. 2243, to amend Title 18 United States Code to improve the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act and provisions relating to the carrying of concealed weapons by law enforcement officers and for other purposes. C, the bill H.R. 2255 to allow federal law enforcement officers to purchase retired service weapons and for other purposes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from New Mexico, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule providing for consideration of 3 pieces of legislation, H.R. 2240, H.R. 2243, and H.R. 2255. Will all be considered under a closed rule, each with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Additionally, the rule provides each with a motion to recommit. Republicans are here in Washington this week to continue to work on behalf of the American people. This is, in fact, Police Week, but we have been busy this year, this Congress, delivering for the American people. So far this Congress, we have passed legislation to secure our elections. H.R. 22, the SAVE Act. Hold rogue activist judges accountable. H.R. 1526. Bring transparency to institutes of higher education. H.R. 1048. Make changes to our border with the Lake and Riley Act and the Halt Fentanyl Act, and to repeal the Biden-era harmful environmental regulations by passing what we call Congressional Review Acts to undo the damage of the Biden administration. As Republicans continue to work on behalf of the American people and finalize the reconciliation products we are working on currently, we are also here to recognize National Police Week and the thousands of law enforcement officers who wake up every day to step on that thin blue line to defend and protect us. In 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May 15th as Peace Officer Memorial Day and the week in which that date falls as Police Week. Yesterday, my staff and I got the opportunity to welcome police officers from New Braunfels, Texas, and hear about the challenges they face every day. I talk to the men and women of blue virtually every day in the district that I represent, as I know many of my colleagues do. My grandfather was the chief of police of a small West Texas town called Sweetwater. I was blessed to work in the United States Attorney's Office and Office of the Attorney General of the state of Texas, working every day with law enforcement. And what they do matters for the peace and security of our country. Our republic depends on having security on our streets. There are thousands of stories that I could share about the daily heroism of law enforcement officers across the country. Hundreds I could share even in the district I represent. Officer Dalton Schrader and Jason Wright on February 16, 2024, Austin Police Department officers Dalton Schrader and Jason Wright responded to 4-year-old William Martinez Romero, who was choking. The officers quickly jumped into action. Body cam footage shows Officer Schrader run to his cruiser to grab an anti-choking device he had bought with his own money to be prepared for situations just like this, while Officer Wright started supporting William with back blows. They saved his life that day. We must also remember that Police Week honors fallen peace officers, including one officer who died in the line of duty. Austin Police Department Senior Officer Ore Pastore died in action November 11, 2023, responding to a domestic violence call in South Austin. Hostages were held inside a home, and when officers attempted to enter, gunfire started to go off. The SWAT team was called in to help distract the suspect, one being Officer Pastore, who was trying to rescue the victims. I know I speak for many of my colleagues when I say we couldn't be more excited to welcome tens of thousands of law enforcement officers from around the country to D.C. this week. Let's be clear. House Republicans and President Trump have mobilized to restore order and sanity in the United States, something that had been lacking for years. I remember the days, as I know my colleagues do, in 2020, when there were fires and there was destruction rampant across the country, as our cities were being burned to the ground and law enforcement was being targeted. And it was unacceptable. And there are members of this body and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who were encouraging it, who were undermining our law enforcement officers, who were making it more difficult for them to carry out their job, who were challenging them. And it was important that we stood by them. And it is important now that the president and Republicans are standing by our law enforcement officers. Americans suffered due to the amplification of that extreme rhetoric against law enforcement. The homicide rate stayed significantly higher through 2022 after massively skyrocketing in the wake of 2020. The rule before us today is another step in helping law enforcement officers across the nation, which after 4 years of a Biden-run Department of Justice targeting police departments should be a welcome relief to our men and women in blue. This week, we'll consider 3 pieces of legislation to support our brothers and sisters in law enforcement. H.R. 2255, the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase Act of 2025, which would allow federal law enforcement officers the opportunity to purchase the service weapons they used before obtaining a new one. H.R. 2243, the LEOSA Reform Act, which amends the Gun-Free School Zones Act to provide an exemption for law enforcement officers certified under the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act to carry a concealed firearm in a gun-free school zone. And H.R. 2240, improving law enforcement officer safety and wellness through DATA Act of 2025, which would require the Attorney General to submit a report to Congress that includes data to attacks on law enforcement. These bills are widely supported by law enforcement groups. The Association of State Criminal Investigative Agencies, Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, Major Cities Chiefs Association, Major County Sheriffs of America, National Association of Police Organizations, National Narcotics Officers Associations Coalition, and Sergeants Benevolent Association, NYPD, sent a letter on March 25, 2025 to the House Judiciary Committee urging support of these bills and advancement to the House floor. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, today, as every day, I stand in honor of our police and our law enforcement. I often say to those who serve that to serve is an act of love. And I recognize the love that those who step up to put their lives on the line, to put their lives in the place of danger to protect us. So I honor that service and that love. But today, like last night, I heard an outrageous lie about which party supports law enforcement. So let's look at the facts. The Republican president, Mr. Donald Trump's proposed budget will slash funding for the ATF and Drug Enforcement Administration, fire FBI employees, wipe out community policing grants, and gut civil rights enforcement. Trump's budget doesn't support local law enforcement, it hurts them. In my rural district, local law enforcement actually needs more support, and I am outraged when Republicans say federal help is just duplicative, which is what they said last night in Rules. I have spoken with the police officers, the sheriffs who traverse thousands of miles of bumpy rural roads in my district. Weireba County, for example, is bigger than the state of Connecticut, yet it has fewer than 24 police officers. You know what helps a small rural police department like Rio Riva? You know what the sheriffs need? They need support from the FBI and federal law enforcement. FBI comes in and helps them solve crimes. Tribal law enforcement also relies on the FBI. Tribal leaders frequently describe the long wait times for police to arrive and the countless criminal investigations left unsolved because there aren't enough FBI agents. So when you cut funding for the FBI, as the Republican President Trump proposes in his budget, you're not cutting duplicative funding. You're cutting essential investigative services. It's a guarantee that crimes will go unsolved. The partnership between law enforcement agencies at all levels is critical to keep our communities safe, from the sheriff in Rio Riva to the Capitol police officers right outside these doors. Each plays an important role. But unfortunately, not everybody respects all of our law enforcement officers. In this very building, January 6th, insurrectionists brutally attacked the Capitol Police and law enforcement officers from multiple jurisdictions. More than 140 police suffered injuries and went to the hospital. 5 officers died. Then, President Trump pardoned the violent thugs who battered those police officers. Shame. Every day, we walk by our dedicated Capitol Police, yet very few Republicans have the courage to condemn the pardons of the violent thugs who beat the police. Last night at Rules, we couldn't even get a Republican who's a former prosecutor to condemn the pardons. More shame. If Republicans truly backed the blue, they would all denounce those pardons. Mr. Speaker, I wonder, has my colleague from Texas condemned those pardons? Is he willing to do so now? But Mr. Speaker, I need to tell you that I want to turn to what Americans are focused on right now, what the thousands of callers to congressional offices, Republican and Democrat, are worried about. Republican cuts to Medicaid. This is a big week for Republicans. It's there, and I quote what was reported in Punchbowl, once in a lifetime opportunity to cut Medicaid. This week, Republican committees, in the dead of night while America was sleeping, took a sledgehammer to life-saving programs like Medicaid. Here, let me tell you what's happening, Mr. Speaker. Democrats fought all night to save 8.6 million Americans from losing access to Medicaid. And that doesn't include the 4.2 million Americans who will start paying a whole lot more for their health care premiums so big corporations can get their tax deductions. Republicans voted down every single amendment that Democrats offered to protect Medicaid. And let me remind everybody, in more than 25 districts, more than a third of the constituents rely on Medicaid. That includes Republican districts like Nick Begich's, Robert Bresnahan's. Yet not a single Republican had the courage to stand up for their constituents. The people are showing up in our offices to demand that Republicans listen to them. Some are protesting in their wheelchairs. Yesterday, I spoke to a disabled woman named Julie outside the committee markup. 35 years ago, Julie crawled up the House steps to demand that Congress pass the Americans with Disabilities Act. Now she's back to beg for the bare minimum. She told me that she doesn't trust Republicans to protect her health care. Based on their votes, she's right. 35 years ago, Congress listened to her plea. Now, the wealthy interests and Trump's pressure are just too much. Republicans won't listen to a word, Julie, or the 80 disabled advocates who came here to ask them. Protect Medicaid. Protect the services I need. Even though I'm in this wheelchair, I am not voiceless, and I will show up with my power. If that doesn't break your heart, I don't know what will. But we do have a broken system that prioritizes the wealthy, the corruption, and loyalty to President Trump over the health and well-being of people like Julie. 8.6 million people will suffer because Republicans took their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to cut Medicaid. Republicans may be gleeful, but Americans will be tearful. And remember, congressional Republicans will lie over and over and say, this isn't about rooting out fraud. No, it's not. It's about giving permanent tax cuts to the oligarchs. In fact, the top 20% of income earners will get 68% of the benefits in their bill. Make no mistake, people will die as a result of these cuts. Families will suffer. Many will grow broke thanks to medical bills, while millionaires get money for more yachts. Do they really need any more yachts? Getting back to law enforcement. You know what the other thing that sheriffs in my district need to respond to crime and to keep people alive? Rural hospitals. When Republicans stripped $715 billion from Medicaid, no matter how they try to paint that pig, they'll be eliminating rural hospitals and emergency rooms. When they do that, police officers in rural areas in places like Chama, New Mexico, in my district, will have to drive 1.5 to 2 hours to the nearest emergency room. Ask any first responder. The quicker you get somebody to an emergency room, the more likely they are to survive. When life or death is a matter of minutes, what Republicans are doing this week is deadly. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so concerned about crime in this country that the parting shot of Joe Biden on January 19th was to commute the sentences of 2,500 federal defendants he claimed were, quote, convicted of nonviolent drug offenses. But let's look at that. We had a situation where he reduced the sentence of Laron Graham, 67, a Buffalo man convicted in 2023 of organizing and heading a drug conspiracy to sell fentanyl, crack cocaine, and heroin. When police raided his home, they found fentanyl, crack, and cash. He also possessed a firearm. In addition to heading up the drug gang, Graham was also convicted of sex trafficking by force or coercion from 2013 to 2021. This on top, of course, of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wanting to defend a Maryland man for being sent overseas after the guy was clearly moving people illegally, beating his girlfriend and wife, violating our laws here illegally, and that's the poster child who they want to defend. There are numerous other examples. Jaron Ruth, 32, another Buffalo native, pleaded guilty in 2019 to selling drugs over a period of 3 years and possessing firearms. He had been charged with shooting a man in the chest during a burglary of the victim's home. These are the kind of folks that Joe Biden was commuting as he exited stage left. We had another situation where he commuted the sentence of a gentleman who left prison after Biden commuted his sentence in the killing of 2 FBI agents. Is that who my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think they ought to be defending? Can they answer the question of commuting the sentences of these violent criminals and putting them out on the street? Just as they voted against every measure that we put forward to defend our borders and to stop the death and destruction of American citizens like Laken Riley or like Jocelyn Nungare or those who have died at the hands of dangerous criminal cartels and gangs in our country. What President Trump is doing is restoring the rule of law. What Republicans are doing are standing up in defense of law enforcement because we stand up in defense of the rule of law. And with that, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. 4 minutes, I think, will turn out to be an appropriate amount of time because my colleague on the other side talked about the nature of things being deadly, and I'd like to talk about that. On April 17th, less than 1 month ago at 11:56 in the morning, a shooter carrying a gun walked onto the campus at Florida State University and began to shoot students and adults. A gun crime that we would all agree was horrific. Now, I'm new in this place. I only got elected here a month ago. And what I will tell you of my observation of my first 4 weeks being in here is I hear a lot of canned speeches that don't actually address the bills and the issues that the American people have sent us here to work on. And I think it's why we may be held to some degree in such low regard. But on this shooting at 11:56 on April 17th, 7 people were shot. 5, fortunately, were not killed. We only know one of them. She was a graduate student. The other names have not been released. But in that shooting, 2 were killed. Roberto Morales was 57 years old, a dining coordinator at Florida State. Tiru Chaba was a vice president at the food service company at Florida State. Now, why do I tell this story? Law enforcement at Florida State did everything right. They rushed to the scene. They subdued the shooter. And you know how long it took them to do that? It took them 4 minutes, the amount of time that I will speak here today. In those 4 minutes, with law enforcement doing everything, 7 people were shot, 2 were killed. Now, H.R. 2243 would say that if any one of them was a retired or an off-duty law enforcement officer, they could have protected themselves. Because the fact of the matter is, when these horrific things happen, it will take law enforcement time to get there. And the only way for you to defend yourself is for you to do it. Now, I'm not saying that had that bill been passed, these 7 people wouldn't have been shot. Because I don't know that there was a retired law enforcement officer there. I don't know that any of these people were that. But I know that when shooters consider the places that they are going to go, one of the things they think about is what might be the response. And when we tell people who've spent their entire careers, who are trained, not just anyone, but someone who for their entire career gave themselves selflessly to protect us all, when we tell that person, because you're off duty or you're retired, all of that training, all of that service is no longer useful, we needlessly put people at risk. I don't want another shooting like we had at Florida State. And God forbid if there ever is another one, I want people there to respond. I am grateful to the law enforcement officers who took longer to get there than my speech will take. But I worry about what will happen next time. I thank Representative Bacon for bringing this bill forward, Representative Roy for giving me the opportunity to speak. We were told we should stand up for our citizens in this process, and when we stand up to keep them safe, that is exactly what we are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Florida, reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
So I'm, really wondering what kind of people they want to defend over there. Let's talk about those pardons. Let's talk about the fact that this isn't something that happened over there. This happened in this capital. And those violent offenders were violent before they got there. Let me tell you about a couple of them. Stephen Capuccio. Do you want to go and defend Stephen Capuccio? He was convicted of 6 felonies, including assaulting a police officer. He was together with David Dempsey. David Dempsey was sentenced to 20 years. He stomped on police officers' heads. He struck an officer in the head with a metal crutch. This is the kind of person you want to defend? Enrique Tarrio, a former national leader of the Proud Boys, a domestic terrorist, he was pardoned by Donald Trump. You know, somebody who bought a gun, zip ties, body armor, Guy Reffitt, he was pardoned by Donald Trump. And not only that, they have gone after their pardons, and they haven't stopped their criminal spree. A Houston man was pardoned by Trump and then arrested on sex charges. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the article of that same name.
Without objection.
This happens over and over again. They seem unwilling to stand up for the Capitol Police that they walk by every day. They refuse to put up the plaque that is by law honoring them. I wonder if they ever even say, I am sorry. I am sorry that President Trump pardoned the people who beat you. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd now like to yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Maxwell Frost.
Thank
Gentleman's
you so
recognized.
much. Yeah, thank you so much. You know, I think it's really interesting. One of my colleagues from Florida just brought up a terrible mass shooting that happened at Florida State University, which is horrible. And this is part of the reason I ran for Congress, is to end gun violence. But he brought up this shooting. I thought it was interesting because he left out one of the most important parts. He brought up that he never wants to see one of these shootings happen again, but he left out how the shooter got his gun. And the shooter got his gun from his stepmother, and it was a retired service weapon that was not kept in a safe way. He stole the gun, retired service weapon, from his mother, and then he went to Florida State University and murdered 2 people and wounded 6 others. And I bet you that that same gentleman who talked about that shooting is going to vote yes later on H.R. 2255, which I deeply oppose. Just a month later, after this former service weapon was used to carry out a mass shooting and kill people at Florida State University, Republicans here in Congress are pushing the Federal Law Enforcement Service Weapon Purchase Act, which would flood the gun market with even more former service weapons without any additional precautions. 0 safe storage, 0 background checks. In every state, a police officer would be able to purchase an older gun from their department at a discounted price. House Republicans would not even consider my amendment to encourage caution by letting people hold law enforcement agencies accountable with what's done with the weapon. The United States already has the highest number of mass shootings in the world, and gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in this country. So I'm glad that one of my Republican colleagues from Florida wants to make sure that these shootings don't happen again. Let's start by ensuring that we block this bill, H.R. 2255, so that way the police officers don't even have to respond to a mass shooting in the first place. I'm done with talking about how we're going to handle these things after they happen. Let's talk about how we're going to prevent these shootings from happening
Time has
in
expired.
the first place. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, so what I would notice is that the gentleman complained about not having his amendment considered, but he offered the amendment about an hour before the Rules Committee met. So, spare me the concern about whether or not we're considering amendments when we don't have time to look at the amendment. But I would also note that when we're talking about the kinds of people like, I just went through a list of folks that President Biden had commuted. Here's another one. A Lubbock man granted clemency by Biden was arrested. Sheriff Kelly Rowe absolutely angry with former administration's decisions. The sheriff says he felt angry after he found out a convicted criminal was being released back onto Lubbock streets early, that a convicted criminal is now back in law enforcement custody after violating his supervised release. These are the kinds of folks that we're putting back out on the street, and we're having to have arrests of the very people that President Biden put back out. And with that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my friend, the gentleman from Texas, for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and the 3 bills it provides consideration for. Since 2020, respect for law enforcement around our country is on the decline, and we have seen the effects this has had on our communities. And we all know the best way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And we look in Chicago, criminals do not care about gun laws. They have the strictest gun laws and the most gun violence by criminals who don't care about gun laws. We need more good guys with guns on the street, mostly, well, because Biden's open border policy brought more illegal criminals into our country that are robbing, raping, and killing the American people. In November, the American people responded to this lack of respect in the polls. They elected the Republican majority in the House, the Senate, and the President to the White House, who truly believes in law and order. The three bills that the rules provide consideration for are common sense bills. If we entrust law enforcement officers to uphold the laws of our nation and risk their lives daily, we should be able to entrust them to carry their weapons unrestricted off duty and to purchase their former service weapon. Like many of my colleagues, I agree that we would not have a nation without those we entrust in uniform, whether they serve in the military, as first responders, or law enforcement officers. Mr. Speaker, these men and women aren't honorable because of the badge they wear. They make the badge honorable because of the lives they live. Every time I return to my district, I meet with the sheriffs of 24 counties, cities, and towns I represent and hear directly from them about the troubles they face in the line of duty. If we want to see safer streets and communities in our country, we must ensure that we give law enforcement every tool possible so that they can make it through the day and return home safely. Again, I express my strong support for the rule and underlying bills that it allows consideration for. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H-Con Resolution 33. This measure will ensure that the plaque honoring the brave police officers who defended us on January 6th is hung in the Capitol, as required by law. Mr. Speaker, you know it's Police Week, but Republicans, for some reason, refuse to put up the plaque honoring the heroic efforts by U.S. Capitol Police and other local and federal law enforcers who defended us and our democracy on January 6th. You know, it's not a scary thing. The plaque looks like this. Don't you agree, Mr. Speaker? It's lovely. It recognizes their heroic efforts. And it's the law. It was signed into law by the president that this plaque go up. What are they afraid of? Why don't they want to honor the Capitol Police and other law enforcement who were beaten and battered? Why is their support for police conditional? To speak more to this resolution, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. As we commemorate Police Week, I join my colleagues in honoring law enforcement around the country and back home in Colorado. On Capitol Hill, the men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police protect us and the seat of our democracy. I personally owe a great debt of gratitude to these officers who responded to the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, as me and many of my colleagues were trapped right up there in the House gallery that day. As an insurrectionist mob converged on the Capitol, officers from the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police Department, and numerous other departments risked their lives to protect us and our democracy. As seen here, these officers were brutally assaulted with flagpoles, bear spray, stun guns, knives, and bats. Over 140 officers were wounded and sustained injuries from the attack, and many still deal with the mental and physical trauma from that day. And there were numerous officers who died from their injuries after the attack. Officer Brian Sicknick, Officer Howard Liebengood, Officer Jeffrey Smith, Officer Gunther Hashida, and Officer Kyle DeFreitag. Congress, on a bipartisan basis, took a step to honor their extraordinary bravery when we passed a law in 2022 directing the placement of a plaque at the Capitol. The plaque is complete. It's done. It's been sitting somewhere in storage in the Capitol, and it's way past time that we display this for America to see. This Police Week, let's honor the men and women who bravely risked everything to do their duty, to protect this House, to protect this Capitol and our democracy. So I ask my colleagues to join me in doing the right thing. It is time to display this plaque so that Americans around the country who visit the seat of this democracy will see and be able to join us in honoring the bravery of those men and women from January 6, 2021. I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman reserve? The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I would note that as we're considering this police week and we're talking about the safety and security of our streets, I would just note that two of our most dangerous states as measured by violent crime and property crime rates are the states of New Mexico and Colorado, which also happen to have Democrats controlling all levers of power. And I would note that last summer, when the good people of Aurora, Colorado were dealing with Tren de Aragua, engaging in violent activities in apartment complexes and demonstrating the violence that has led to the death of Americans and the trafficking of dangerous narcotics and fentanyl, and literally taking over the homes, as Cindy Romero from Aurora, whom I met with and talked to about what happened to her and her homes, that my Democratic colleagues weren't even acknowledging that it was happening, just ignoring it. And then Tren de Aragua moved to San Antonio and other places across the country. And then just literally last week, and I want to give a shout out to the Texas Department of Public Safety and all of the great local law enforcement in Hays County, Texas, because they converged together with the FBI to go identify and stop 47 individuals, probably 14 of whom were a part of Tren de Aragua from all over the country, who had come into Austin to coordinate and had drugs and narcotics and children in a home near where I live in Dripping Springs, Texas. And thanks to law enforcement, we now have removed at least 4 of those individuals and are prosecuting others, because we now have a law enforcement community that knows that the President of the United States is backing them. A Republican House and a Republican Senate are backing them. Local law enforcement are being backed instead of having leftist judges that are dismissing the crimes, putting dangerous criminals on the streets. When Joe Biden commutes sentences and puts dangerous criminals on the streets, the American people know who's actually standing up for law enforcement. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I find it incredibly ironic when my colleague talks about President Trump backing law enforcement. Last night in the Rules Committee, their Republican colleague, Mr. Nutt, noted that Republicans have not increased or passed legislation for law enforcement in the 119th Congress. You know what? When you back law enforcement, you should actually be passing the funding to support state law enforcement, to support that collaboration and coordination. At the same time, we are seeing that Republicans are not saying a peep about the fact that President Trump is cutting existing resources. Not only does he plan to cut the budget for law enforcement, he's cutting resources today. He's terminated $820 million worth of grants for public safety. He's cut $169 million in funding for community safety and violence reduction programs. He's cut $71.7 million in grants to policing and prosecution programs, including long-standing efforts to address violent crime and acts of targeted violence. It doesn't terminate there. The Trump administration terminated grants for policing and prosecution, for victim services, for juvenile justice and child protection, for substance abuse and mental health treatment, for corrections, for protecting and serving the women who have been raped and the children who have been abused. He has cut that funding, and I have spoken to the women who are administering those programs and have called me in tears because the children they serve will not be receiving those federal grants. But you know, I want to get back to this issue of the pardons that my colleague has referred to. And once again, let's go back and think about how they have not objected to the pardons of the January 6th, nor have they called for putting up the plaque to honor the law enforcement who served us this day. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, which I will propose if the previous question is denied, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York and the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Mr. Espaillat. Chair Espaillat.
Thank you, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are forever grateful. Both Democrats and Republicans should be forever grateful to the police officers who protected this Capitol as an angry, racist, violent mob came in. And we will forever remember the 140 officers who were injured and the 5 officers who lost their lives as a result, including Brian Sicknick, a Capitol Police officer, Howard Levengood, a Capitol Police officer, and Metropolitan Police Department officers Jeffrey Smith, Gunther Hashida, and Carl DeFreitag. I'm also grateful to those officers that testified in front of the January 6th committee, including Michael Fanone, Officer Harry Dunn, Police Sergeant Aquilino Gonell, and Officer Daniel Hodges. But it has been more than 2 years, Mr. Speaker. Take a look at this plaque. It has been more than 2 years that the other side has failed to properly honor police officers. And yet they stand here and want to dictate to us how supportive they are of the men and women in police departments across this country. They have failed to put this plaque up to properly honor those men and women that protected our lives. As an angry, racist mob came into this building and chanted, "Hang Mike Pence. Let's kill Nancy Pelosi." That's what they intended to do. And you failed to recognize the police officers that protected all of us, Democrat and Republican. As the ranking member of the Legislative Branch Committee, I'm more than willing to work with the architect of the Capitol and Republican leadership to make sure that we honor our police officer. At this police week, it is important that we do that. But what did we get from the White House? A pardon of very violent people that wanted to hurt all of us. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Mr. Speaker, I am compelled to say to the Republican leadership that they must honor police officers in the proper way, particularly those of them that gave their lives for us and the American public. Let's do this. It's been years now since you refused to do this, and yet you call yourself the party of law and order. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, a vote with us on the previous question is a vote to protect the police. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
If we want to talk about standing up in defense of police, how can my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say with a straight face that that's what they want to do when we had one Democrat from New York who said, quote, "I'm not in favor of more police. I'm actually in favor of defunding the police." We had another Congresswoman from New York who said, quote, "Defunding police means defunding police." I go back and the record is replete with examples of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle calling for defunding the police. And in fact, one of my colleagues from Texas was literally serving on the Austin City Council when they cut $150 million out of the Austin Police Department's budget, leaving their academy decimated, leaving them unable to field 911 calls, leaving violent crime skyrocketing in the city of Austin, because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were patently clear about their desire to defund the police and side with violent mobs in the summer of 2020 when our cities were burning across the country. So yes, we are standing up for the men and women in blue. Yes, we will defend them. But no, we're not going to blindly support grants that are being used by NGOs to undermine the very police they're saying they're trying to support. For example, one grant to an NGO that was promoting prostitution and open borders. This is the kind of stuff that the American people sent us here to stop. This is the kind of stuff that they're proud of the president for using DOGE to identify and stop. So yes, we're trying to defund those particularly bad grant programs while we try to make sure that our local jurisdictions can fund police properly and have judges that will actually put bad guys in jail instead of letting them on the streets, and a president that won't commute the sentences of 2,500 people, dozens or hundreds of whom were violent criminals and are now back out on the streets. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague has mentioned all kinds of words and ideas, and he's putting all kinds of stuff out there. But he has not once mentioned the plaque. The previous question is, will you honor the police who defended us in this chamber by doing a simple thing, and that is putting up this plaque? Because, Mr. Speaker, what counts on the floor of this House is your vote, And let's look at what those votes have resulted in. Those votes say we should honor the police who suffered when the insurrectionists beat them, that we should honor the police who protected our democracy and indeed protected every single one of us, whether you're a Republican or Democrat, a House member or a senator, you were protected by the police. Are you willing to vote for this? So if you vote against our previous question, make it real clear. If you vote against the previous question, you are saying we will not do this simple act of respect. And now let's get to the idea of what did you actually vote on. Democrats have the receipts. For fiscal year 2023, the last year that Democrats wrote the appropriations bill, we increased funding for grants to state and local law enforcement by $506 million. All but 9 House Republicans voted against that bill. So remember, it's not what you say, it's what you do. What did you vote for? Democrats put forward bills to increase funding, and Republicans voted against it. We also increased funding for the FBI by $500 million. I already went through how important the FBI is for tribal law enforcement, how much our rural and local officers rely on them to do the investigation. They have access to technology that our sheriffs do not. The FBI supports law enforcement in Indian country. We need these resources, and I am incredibly insulted when the gentleman, my good friend from Texas, my neighbor, actually says that local law enforcement, that these programs are waste. Go and talk to the people who rely on them. They are not duplicative. They are not waste. They are essential. And let me just do one last little fact check on that. When you look at who has the most homicides and some of the highest crime rates, it is indeed Republican states. Yes, it is unfortunate, and it's something we need to work on, and Democrats raise this issue all the time. But the highest levels of crime and homicides are, let me go through those states: Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, sadly, New Mexico, Missouri, Arkansas, South Carolina. See a little trend there? It's actually Republicans, so don't come and talk to us about that. It is dangerous to live and work in many Republican-led states. But let's get back to what we do to honor and respect law enforcement on this police week. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
This is a gentlewoman prepared to close.
Does the gentleman, my good neighbor from Texas, have any more speakers?
I'm prepared.
Okay, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot of claims today, but here's what remains true. Democrats support law enforcement not just with words, but with action, with our votes. We back them with funding, with resources, and importantly, with respect. That's why under Democratic leadership, we increased funding for local and federal law enforcement, including the very FBI that solves crimes in our rural and tribal communities. We don't just say these things. We show up for law enforcement. We stand with the Capitol Police who defended our democracy and our lives on January 6th. We honor their courage. We mourn those who died. And we refuse to excuse the violent criminals who attacked them. Unfortunately, too many of our Republican colleagues have chosen loyalty to Donald Trump over loyalty to the truth and over loyalty to the officers who keep us safe. You cannot say you support and respect law enforcement and stay silent as Trump pardons the violent criminals who battered the police on January 6th. You can't say you support law enforcement when you refuse to do something as simple as hanging a plaque to honor their sacrifices. While Republicans hold up empty slogans, Democrats fight for the health and dignity of the American people. We fought all night long to protect 8.6 million Americans from losing Medicaid, for the mother caring for a child with disabilities. We fought to protect the senior in rural New Mexico who has to drive hours just to see a doctor and will have to drive hours more when their Medicaid cuts destroy our rural healthcare system. And why? So Republicans can hand out tax cuts to billionaires. Do the millionaires and billionaires you are protecting really need more? They already have so much. They will drown and bury the veteran, the pregnant mother, the disabled worker with paperwork. Well, they will just give away a bigger tax cut to the wealthiest among us. That just doesn't seem fair. With that, Mr. Speaker, I say that this is about values. This is who do you value and what will you do when it actually comes down to vote? Democrats value and choose to protect people like Julie, who crawled up these Capitol steps 35 years ago to demand dignity and now returns to beg us not to be forgotten. We're not forgetting her, and Democrats will not stop fighting for her and for millions more. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Inquire how much time is remaining.
The gentleman has 11 and a half minutes remaining.
I thank the Speaker. I'm proud of my Republican colleagues for bringing forward legislation in support of our law enforcement community. I'm proud of the fact that, in fact, this president is trying to focus resources where it'll best provide security and safety on our streets and back our law enforcement community to actually target criminals, not fund ridiculous grants, not fund NGOs that are undermining our security, the very NGOs that are perpetuating the open borders, that are putting gangs in our communities like TDA and MS-13 that lead directly to the death of Americans like Jocelyn Nungare, like Laken Riley, like Rachel Marin, like Kayla Hamilton. Americans that are no longer with us because of the policies of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, because of wide open borders and because of tolerance of violent criminals, because of a Democrat president who has let violent criminals out on the street and commuted their sentences, because of radical leftist judges promoted by those that fund my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like George Soros, who have funded DAs that are letting criminals out on the streets in cities like San Antonio and Austin, which I represent. Like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that have defunded the police time and time again and have defended that position. For example, one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said the defund the police movement is one of the reimagining the current police system to build an entity that does not violate us while relocating funds to invest in community services. Another colleague, the defund movement isn't new. Folks are just finally listening. Defund the police, a Democrat colleague. Quote, defunding the police isn't radical, it's real, a former Democrat colleague. And as I said before, a colleague that literally voted on the Austin City Council to strip $150 million out of the police budget, leaving the Austin police stranded, unable to do their job, and the people of Austin unable to get the services that they deserve and pay taxes for, while their streets are made more violent and while criminals are allowed to roam free under the very aforementioned Soros DAs that refuse to prosecute the criminals. Everybody in America knows what's going on. Everybody in America gets the joke. They saw their cities burning in the summer of 2020. They saw the reality of what happens when you allow these radical Democratic policies to take root. And they want it to end. They want common sense back. They want a president that will enforce the law and an FBI that will target criminals instead of the American people. They don't want to have a federal government that is weaponized against them. They don't want them to be targeted. They want violent criminals off the streets. They want violent gangs off the streets. They want our borders to be secure. They want TDA out. They want MS-13 out. They want fentanyl off of their streets. And the only way you can do that is to actually back up the people trying to enforce the law and actually stand with them in the enforcement of the law and not turn around and let them all out back on the streets. Yet that's what my colleagues perpetually want to do. The fact of the matter is, the American people understand that this president and this Republican House and this Republican Senate and Republican jurisdictions across the country stand for law enforcement. They stand for order. And that's what they want. That's what they sent us here for. Now, we put together some bills this week that are focused on wishes of the people, the men and women in blue, like my grandfather who served as chief of police in Sweetwater, Texas, the many law enforcement I was proud to serve with and alongside in the Office of the Attorney General and in the United States Attorney's Office. We work with them on a regular basis. But when you talk to them, they cannot do their job if the radical leftist policies of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are allowed to continue to be perpetuated. You can't combat crime if you put the criminals back on the streets. You can't combat crime if you import criminals from dangerous prisons. You can't combat crime if your law enforcement agencies are targeting American citizens for political retribution rather than taking dangerous, violent criminals off the streets. I rise in support of these bills. I rise in support of the rule. The legislation that we've put forward will provide value for our men and women in uniform that they've asked for. They've asked for the ability to keep the weapons that they had in service. Now, why does that matter? Well, I'll tell you why it matters. My grandfather that I mentioned before died in 1949 of cancer. When my dad, a 7-year-old, had polio, and my grandmother was a single mom in West Texas raising him, and did all the tough things, didn't ask for any handouts, took 2 jobs, helped my dad go on to be the first to go to college. My dad is still 82 years old. He's still alive. He's 82, still managing to walk, barely. But my dad talks about his dad as a cop, and he pulls out his old .38, the .38 revolver that my grandfather had in service. And that means something to the people that serve. It means something for them to be able to carry that with them and take it with them. It's no small thing. Some of my colleagues dismiss it as being not important. But I can tell you it's important to the people that are out there serving because they devote their lives to this cause. When I take that .38 out of the safe and I can show it to my son, he's holding the .38 that his great-grandfather held and carried with him when he was policing the streets. And I think that is a good thing. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yeas and nays. Hopefully more nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chairman declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2215, ordering the previous question on House Resolution 405 and adoption of House Resolution 405 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. The House is not in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2215, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2215, a bill to redesignate the Salem Maritime National Historic Site as the Salem Maritime National Historic Park and for the purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Hit the gavel. On this vote, the yeas are 382, the nays are 31. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 405, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 27, House Resolution 405, resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2240, to require the Attorney General to develop reports relating to violent attacks against law enforcement officers and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2243, to amend Title 18 United States Code to improve the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act and provisions relating to the carrying of concealed weapons by law enforcement officers and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2255, to allow federal law enforcement officers to purchase retired service weapons and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 216. On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 203. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. The House will be in order. Just asking. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Con Res 33, a bill directing the architect of the Capitol to install at a permanent location on the western front of the United States Capitol building an honorific plaque listing the names of all of the officers of the United States Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia, and other federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies and protective entities who responded to the violence that occurred at the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021, and ask for its immediate consideration of the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by the successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee's leaderships.
Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
This is Police Week pursuant to Public Law 87-726, enacted on October 1st of 1962. Police Week here in the United States Congress, where Congress honors the courage, the bravery, the service, the sacrifice, and the heroism of members of law enforcement. Is that correct?
Okay. The gentleman's not stating a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Further parliamentary inquiry?
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Do the House rules require compliance with the 2022 Public Law 117-103, signed by the President at the time, that requires a plaque listing the name of all police officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th to be placed on the western front of the Capitol building? Do the House rules require compliance with that public law?
The chair will not respond to an inquiry regarding the general application of the rules of the House to a matter not currently pending before the House.
All right, further parliamentary inquiry?
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
We appear to be in violation of the House rules, given that the law that was passed in 2022 required that a plaque honoring those heroic police officers be placed on the western front of the Capitol building no later than March 15th, 2023. But 791 days have passed, and this Republican Congress has refused to comply with the law. It's time to honor those heroic officers. It's unconscionable, it's unpatriotic, it's unfathomable, it's unacceptable, and it's un-American.
The chair will not provide
to honor those officers
an advisory
and
opinion.
treat them with the dignity and respect that they
The
deserve.
gentleman's time has expired. The chair will not provide an advisory opinion. Thank you.
The script says Ohio, but it's Kansas.
So we're going to go into suspensions.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 405, I call up the bill H.R. 2243 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 58, H.R. 2243, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to improve the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act and provisions relating to the carrying of concealed weapons by law enforcement officers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 405, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2243.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2243, the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Reform Act, which reforms LEOSA, makes important updates to the existing LEOSA program. In 2004, President George W. Bush signed LEOSA into law. The law exempts certain active and retired law enforcement officers from local and state prohibitions on the carrying of concealed firearms. In order to qualify under LEOSA, active law enforcement officers must meet several important requirements. For example, they must be authorized to carry a firearm by their agency. They cannot be subject to disciplinary actions by the agency that could result in a loss of their police power. They must meet certain firearms qualification standards. They cannot be under the influence of alcohol or other intoxicating substances, and they must not be prohibited by federal law from possessing a firearm. Retired law enforcement officers must also meet several requirements in order to qualify under LEOSA. For example, they must have separated from service in good standing and served as a law enforcement officer for an aggregate of 10 years or more. They also are required to meet certain firearms training standards and must not be prohibited by federal law from possessing a firearm. The LEOSA Reform Act will allow these officers to carry a concealed firearm in the same manner many licensed citizens carry a firearm in their state. For example, the LEOSA Reform Act will allow law enforcement officers qualified under LEOSA to carry concealed firearms in national parks, certain federal facilities that are not open to the public, on public transportation, in school zones, and in other areas. The bill also reduces the frequency that qualified retired law enforcement officers are required to meet certain qualification standards. Many states allow state-licensed concealed carry permit holders to carry a concealed firearm in gun-free school zones and on public transportation in the state in which they are licensed. This bill affords qualified law enforcement officers the same privilege. This legislation improves public safety as our officers face increasingly greater dangers, and current restrictions hinder their ability to carry firearms and protect themselves and others. At a time when violent crime continues to plague our nation, we must support our active and retired law enforcement officers and ensure they are able to protect themselves and to protect others, no matter where they are in the United States. This legislation is supported by the Association of State Criminal Investigative Agencies, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the Major County Sheriffs of America, the National Association of Police Organizations, the National Narcotics Officers Association Coalition, the National Sheriffs Association, and the Sergeants Benevolent Association, NYPD. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you kindly. This is Police Week. In colloquial terms, Law Enforcement Week. And traditionally, we do two things in Law Enforcement Week. One, we recognize the valor and the sacrifice and the commitment of the police officers who serve our communities, who serve us in Congress, and who serve across the country. And two, we try to think of ways that we actually can assist them in doing their jobs better, so we can make their work more effective and safer, and we can make the police function generally more efficacious for the American people. And unfortunately, with this bill, we're not doing either. And in fact, the majority is really falling down on the job in terms of both of those major objectives. In 2022, on March 15th, we passed H.R. 2471 to post in the Capitol, on the west side of the Capitol, a plaque in honor of the hundreds of police officers who nobly served us on January 6, 2021, when our institution, when our democracy came under attack by Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and other violent extremists who stormed the Capitol, drove members of the House of Representatives out of our chamber, drove members of the Senate out of their chamber, and attempted to overthrow a presidential election. Now, The new administration has seen fit to pardon more than 1,500 rioters and violent insurrectionists who attempted to overthrow our constitutional form of government on that day. And they succeeded in bloodying, wounding, injuring, hospitalizing more than 140 police officers on January the 6th. And several officers died in the subsequent weeks, and several people died on that day. Now, we passed a law, not a recommendation, not an idle promise, not a suggestion in a suggestion box. We passed a law to post this plaque in the U.S. Capitol. And yet Speaker Johnson has done absolutely nothing to post this plaque. And I know that some of my colleagues think that they are being most effective when they're doing nothing. This is a Congress that's getting the reputation for being perhaps the greatest do-nothing Congress in the history of the United States. But here's one thing that this Congress can do, which is to post this plaque, which reads, "On behalf of a grateful Congress, this plaque honors the extraordinary individuals who bravely protected and defended this symbol of democracy on January 6, 2021. Their heroism will never be forgotten." What an extraordinary irony that is. Their heroism is already being forgotten, or at least there's some people who would like us to forget their heroism. Well, that's on the symbolic front, because everybody wants to pay lip service to the police. Everybody wants to say we honor them. Well, let's really honor them. Let's put up a permanent plaque for future generations of Americans to see that these officers risked their lives for the people in this chamber, for the members of the House and the Senate, for the leadership of the House and the Senate, for the staff who work here, for the reporters who are here. We have many officers who have had to leave the police service because they've been wounded and disfigured permanently by the injuries they suffered at the hands of these people. This is the very least we can do at a time when the President of the United States is saying he wants to create a fund for January 6th. Not a fund for Michael Fanone, who had a heart attack and had to beg for his life. Not a fund for Sergeant Gunnell, who was forced out of the force because of permanent injuries and now is living on a fraction of the salary he had before, trying to support his family. Not a fund for Officer Hodges, who was tortured in the eyes of the world, who got caught in the doorway while the insurrectionists beat him with all of their weapons that they brought that day. No, it's not a fund for them that President Trump is suggesting. He wants a fund for the rioters. He wants a fund for the families of the insurrectionists. And as Sergeant Gunnell said recently, it seems like he believes that the rioters and insurrectionists were the ones defending the Capitol on that day. Let's get this plaque up. We voted for it on an overwhelming bipartisan basis, and I appeal to Speaker Johnson to enforce the law. Even if you don't like it anymore, even if you changed your mind about the plaque, this is the law. Let's get it up there. Now, secondly, we should be talking about how we can actually aid and abet and assist law enforcement officers in their work. And unfortunately, we have not had from the majority a single bill that they're willing to bring to the floor to increase any funding for local law enforcement. On the contrary, the emissaries from DOJ, and here I don't necessarily hold my colleagues accountable for this because they didn't seem to know about it any more than we did, but the functionaries of DOJ slashed more than $500 million that the Department of Justice was giving to local police departments across the country and community safety groups and organizations assisting victims of rape and sexual assault. And as far as we can tell, one person in DOJ, one unelected midnight bureaucrat whose career was made with Elon Musk, who seems to have skipped town now, that guy cut out hundreds of millions of dollars of aid to local law enforcement and community safety groups across America. And I introduced an amendment in the budget reconciliation process in the Judiciary Committee to restore all of that money. Not a single member, neither a Democrat nor a Republican, spoke against it. And my Republican colleagues did not say a word, but they all voted against it. They voted to uphold that nasty handiwork of DOJ, slashing hundreds of millions of dollars, which we appropriated on a bipartisan basis in the House, in the Senate, signed by the President, programmed by the Department of Justice, and awarded to their communities. My community, your communities, communities across the country, and one young person, a midnight computer hacker from DOJ, Elon Musk's emissary, destroyed all of it. More than 300 grants. And now they come forward with a budget for next year that would cut more than $1 billion out of law enforcement. FBI, Department of Justice, ATF, you name it, right down the line. I'll have some more to say about that after. So what do we have? Well, I rise in opposition to this bill. In 2004, Congress passed LEOSA, a law that allows both off-duty and retired officers to carry concealed firearms irrespective of state law. It compelled all states to allow off-duty and retired officers to carry concealed firearms under the terms set by Congress, overriding the rules of the state. Now, when Congress debated it 20 years ago, members of the committee of the Judiciary Committee on both sides of the aisle expressed anxiety about the bill trespassing on the rights of the states to decide on gun laws for themselves. The Republican chairman of the Judiciary Committee at the time, Congressman Sensenbrenner, opposed LEOSA for the reason of federalism and state rights. He voted against it. Several police groups opposed the legislation, expressing concerns about how it would affect officer safety, how it would create confusion in the event of an active shooter, how it might expose their agencies to more liability, and the insufficiency of training requirements for retired officers. Despite all that, LEOSA became the law after Congress legislated some important limits on it and imposed common sense training requirements on the former officers. Those have been in place for more than 20 years. But now H.R. 2243 would terminate the realm of discretion that states have to limit when and where individuals may carry their concealed firearms under LEOSA. It would force states to allow off-duty and retired officers to carry concealed firearms onto all private property open to the public, including restaurants, bars, parks, national parks, and playgrounds. It would also force states to allow off-duty and retired officers to carry concealed firearms on buses, trains, and subways. It would even force states to allow for the concealed carry of firearms in gun-free school zones. It also allows the off-duty and retired officers to completely disregard state laws prohibiting high-capacity magazines. This legislation thus not only supersedes the considered policy judgments of the states, but it threatens the safety and security of federal agencies by forcing them to allow concealed carry in many federal buildings. Forcing federal offices and buildings to allow concealed carry is a completely unnecessary and dangerous risk. The legislation also weakens training standards. Under current law, a person carrying a firearm must meet state training requirements every year. But this bill would allow individuals to do concealed carry with training certifications obtained every 3 years. This is troubling given that the bill extends nationwide concealed carry to retired officers who are no longer receiving the training that accompanies their old employment. Now, our colleagues have different reasons that they advance for this, which I think are pretty refutable. But in the big picture, this bill does nothing for existing police officers right now. It does nothing to enhance public safety, and our friends have completely missed the mark, I think, in terms of what Law Enforcement Week should be all about. I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, a law enforcement officer does not cease being a law enforcement officer merely because he's off duty or because of where he goes or she goes. And upon retirement, the scars of service, including the animosities built up with many people who do not care for law enforcement officers because they have been subject to the enforcement of the law over the course of a career. Upon retirement, those old animosities often linger. So those of us who support this measure and support it strongly understand and argue that it is essential to the safety of our existing officers and to the safety of our retired officers that we recognize that ongoing risk and burden that they have taken on and that they continue to carry, and allow them to continue to carry the means to defend themselves and others in reasonable locations, as in many states, ordinary civilian concealed carry permit holders may do. So we think it's common sense legislation. And I would just point out in response to some of the comments of my colleague from Maryland, I wasn't here in 2004 during the debates that he cited over the original LEOSA. I have no reason to doubt the accuracy of what he said. But I would say this, it is now 20 years later, and I think that history has shown us that many of the concerns presented in 2004 were not in fact realized by LEOSA's enactment, nor will they be realized as a result of enactment of this strengthening of that underlying statute for our officers. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my distinguished colleague's suggestion that I may have the wisdom of somebody who's been here for 21 years, but actually I wasn't here either then. I got it just from the books myself. I was here, I should say, in 2021 when the chamber was stormed, and that is a day I'll never forget. So forgive my passion on the point of getting that plaque up. I wish our colleagues would just help us convince the Speaker of the House this is something that's simple and it should be done. And it's not a partisan issue. On that day, we were not Democrats or Republicans. We were Americans, and we were legislators together being hounded and chased out of this chamber by people who did not accept the constitutional rules of the game. And to me, it's a matter of great regret and melancholy that somehow it's become politicized to the point where people can't even acknowledge what they were saying at the time. We had Republican leaders who were describing it as terrorism and saying it was absolutely inexcusable and indefensible. And now, all of a sudden, we have the majority which will not even follow the law by posting a plaque in honor of the officers who gave blood and sweat and tears on that day. One of them, Officer Hodges, who got caught in the doorway, and the whole world saw him screaming to high heaven for probably, I don't know if it was 45 seconds or maybe it was up to 90 seconds as he was being beaten and pummeled and he was being crushed in the doorway. And when they finally dislodged him, they took him back where they were taking the officers. And you know, we were very shorthanded. And they wanted to tell him to just stay there and wash his eyes out. Well, he took about 5 to 10 minutes. They were pouring water in his eyes, and he got up, and you know what he did? He went back outside and he rejoined the battle because he said he knew that they needed him. And we were outmanned, and we were outflanked by the forces of violence that came down on us on that day. That's the kind of bravery that we should be at least acknowledging, if not praising. I know at the time we thanked them for saving our lives, and people did die that day. And again, there were more than 140 officers who were wounded and brutalized and injured, and many still have the physical injuries and scars that they're dealing with, as well as the mental scars, because there's a lot of post-traumatic stress syndrome. One of, or several of the officers who were there had been in the Iraq War, and they'd been in the Afghan War, and they testified before the January 6th Select Committee that several of them testified they had never seen violence as brutal and as bloody as what took place on January 6, 2021, with the various extremist groups that came and led the attack on the chamber and then gave bloody instructions to the rest of the mob about how to treat police officers in their effort to go and hang Mike Pence. That was the chant I can still hear in my mind ringing off of the walls of the Capitol. Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. And where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? So we're not going to allow this to be buried into some kind of Orwellian memory hole. We've got a law requiring that that plaque go up, and we're going to see that that plaque goes up and that the law is enforced. As for the LEOSA reform, again, it doesn't even purport to do anything for police and law enforcement today. It would increase increase some of the mobility of retired officers, off-duty officers to go to places like restaurants and bars and public parks and national parks and metros and buses and so on with their police. I think that that should be decided by our communities, whether people are doing concealed carry there. I thought that a belief in federalism was something that unifies us. That's something that the state governments can decide in cooperation with the local governments, and the Congress of the United States does not need to be making decisions about, restaurants in Charleston, South Carolina, or bars in El Paso, Texas, or what have you. Why don't we let the people of the states and the localities make those decisions? I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, seeing no other speakers on our side, we're prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
And
recognized.
We are prepared to close. We've got no more speakers either. And I want to thank my colleague for his excellent presentation of the bill. I wish it were one that we could be together on, but I think it just goes way too far in terms of trespassing on states' rights and states' powers. We have a nice equilibrium and stasis in terms of where the law has been for the last 2 decades, and this seems unnecessary, and it does seem to me like a diversion from the things we actually could be doing to be making the lives of police officers safer. The reason why so many police organizations are with 90% of the American people in supporting a universal violent criminal background check is because nobody should be accessing guns, any kind of gun, if they're not able to pass the Brady background check. And that background check has saved countless lives since it was instituted. And the reason the vast majority of the people support it is because we need to close those loopholes. You should not be able to skip a background check by finding a gun online. You should not be able to skip a background check by going to a private gun show or engaging in a so-called private sale or transfer. We need universal violent criminal background check. That will do far more than anything we're looking at today to make the lives of police officers better, to make their jobs easier, because they are on the front lines of these killing fields across the country. America's rates of gun violence are completely out of control when compared to the nations in the European Union or Canada, our next door neighbor. We are losing 5, 10, or 20 times the number of people that the residents of those countries are losing because our gun laws are like Swiss cheese. They're filled with holes. Let's close those loopholes. It doesn't diminish anybody's Second Amendment rights. Justice Scalia has said it himself in Heller versus District of Columbia. You can have criminal background checks to make sure that only the right people are getting guns and not the wrong people are getting guns. There are things we can do to improve public safety and to assist police officers, and we should be working on those. And with that, I'm happy to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the distinguished ranking member for his argument and advocacy today. And I would just point out to the body that while my distinguished colleague speaks with his usual passion on many subjects, the only subject before us today is whether or not this body is going to pass to enact, to approve H.R. 2243, the LEOSA Reform Act. That is the sole question in front of us. That measure is critically important to the safety of many law enforcement officers retired, to many law enforcement officers off duty. The bad guys don't stop looking for them just because a cop's out of uniform and at a restaurant, or taking his family to a national park, or otherwise visiting a location where today the law may preclude him or her from carrying the means of defending himself, his family, his colleagues, or the stranger standing next to him. We trust those officers to do exactly that while they are on duty and in service, and we should trust them to do exactly that under the reasonably expanded scope contemplated by this bill. And with that, I would urge all of our colleagues in both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of this bill and to send it to the Senate. And with nothing further, Mr. Speaker, I would yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 405, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to improve the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act and provisions relating to the carrying of concealed weapons by law enforcement officers and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Cut it.
Versus the gentleman from Maryland rise.
To request the ayes and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose is the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 352.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 352, resolution calling on elected officials and civil society leaders to counter anti-Semitism and educate the public on the contributions of the Jewish American community.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on House Resolution 352.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, we celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month. First proclaimed by President George W. Bush and by each president since, this month recognizes the contributions of the Jewish community to our country. We celebrate this month amidst a persistent increase in anti-Semitism in our country. Since the October 7, 2023 attacks by Hamas on Israel, incidents of anti-Semitic attacks and harassment have skyrocketed. The American Jewish Committee found that 77% of American Jews say they feel less safe in the United States since the October 7th attacks. Hillel International found that 83% of Jewish college students have experienced or witnessed some form of anti-Semitism since the October 7th attacks. In April, Harvard released a report examining anti-Semitism on its campus with stark findings. One Israeli student said, quote, "My friend has been told that others would not attend social gatherings if I were present, as they couldn't risk the social consequences of being seen with an Israeli," unquote. Another student said, quote, "I am tired of fighting. It's the same group of students whose sole objective seems to be to harass and intimidate Jewish students. Despite reaching out to every office, everyone says it's not their problem," unquote. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. It is all of our problem, and it cannot continue. This House, elected officials at the state and local level, faith leaders, community leaders, and university administrators all have an obligation to confront anti-Semitism. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Florida, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Maryland for yielding and for his stalwart and unyielding support for the Jewish community, for his leadership as a member of the Jewish community, and for his decades of work to support Jewish community values. And I rise in strong support of my resolution, HRES 352, to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month and highlight the enduring contributions of Jewish Americans to our country. I proudly sponsored this bill when I was a freshman member of Congress, and it was the first piece of legislation that I passed as a freshman 20 years ago. And I want to thank my co-leads, Representative Troy Carter, Congresswoman Miller Meeks, Congressman Fitzpatrick, for joining me in co-leading this resolution. It is a resolution that highlights the enduring contributions of Jewish Americans to our country. Every May, we come together to celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month, also known as JAM, and the generations of Jewish Americans who were integral parts of the rich mosaic of people and the heritages that make up these great United States. While we joyfully celebrate this month, it's the second JAM that we commemorate under the shadow of Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. This was the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. And since that fateful day, the United States has witnessed a historic rise in anti-Semitism, which was already explosive prior to October 7th, with an absolute explosion of online hate. In 2024, the ADL tracked 9,354 anti-Semitic incidents across America. That marked a 344% increase over the past 5 years, and it was the highest number on record since these instances of hate were first tracked in 1979. It is so disheartening that every year a new record is set of anti-Jewish incidents, but it also demonstrates that we have a lot of work to do together. According to the American Jewish Committee, in 2024, 1/3 of American Jews had been the personal target of anti-Semitism over the past year. And sadly, 1/3 of Jewish college students felt uncomfortable or unsafe on campus due to their Jewish identity. While we must take steps to protect Jewish students on college campuses, we cannot allow anti-Semitism to be used as a vehicle to take away the rights of others. Make no mistake, anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine, and attacks on Jewish students in any school setting is unacceptable, and then there should be serious consequences. By investing in policies that protect Jewish students, like fully funding the Education Department's Office of Civil Rights, to fund investigations and hold colleges and universities and, quite frankly, schools across the country in secondary schools, tolerating anti-Semitism accountable, we can support all students' ability to live and study in places that value and respect their heritage. While there is no simple solution to end this extremist hate, we all can take steps to end this violence. In the Biden administration's national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, the U.S.'s first ever blueprint, it called on all aspects of society to commemorate JAM and use it as a tool to fight hate. That's because we need Jews and non-Jews alike to learn about all the remarkable Jewish Americans who served in government, the military, or who won Nobel Prizes, for example, and how Jewish Americans lead universities and make life-saving medical discoveries that we all count on today. However, the significant contributions Jewish Americans have made and continue to make towards America's success are not widely known. So today's resolution highlights Jewish American inventors who created services and products that all Americans rely on each and every day. For instance, Mr. Speaker, Irving Maxson invented the slow cooker. He took inspiration from Jewish cooking traditions in Europe to allow Jewish communities to have fresh and hot meals on Shabbat. Sylvan Goldman invented the shopping cart, transforming the ease at which people are able to shop for their families. When Hedy Lamarr, the famous and accomplished actress, was not acting in films, she invented the concept of frequency hopping, which opened the door to a wide range of wireless communications technologies, including Wi-Fi, GPS, and Bluetooth. And there are a whole lot of gamers who would love that Ralph Baer invented the Brown Box, a prototype for the first multiplayer, multi-program video game system. These are just a few of the innovative contributions that American Jews brought to all of our lives. As Jews, we have a longstanding commitment to tikkun olam, a commitment to repair the world, and we take great pride regarding the impact we have made on so many generations of Americans. As we celebrate the 20th year of Jewish American Heritage Month, we've made progress towards the goals of JAM to educate Americans by celebrating Jewish contributions, which promotes understanding and reduces bigotry. So thank you to everyone on both sides of the aisle for helping shine a light on this important moment in time. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And I want to thank the gentlelady for her eloquence and lucidity in those remarks and for sponsoring this legislation, and I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers on our side, so I would reserve and be prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I want to speak very strongly in favor of Ms. Wasserman Schultz's resolution, which recognizes Jewish American Heritage Month and the important contributions that Jewish Americans have made to our country. And I want to thank her for her continuing leadership within Congress and also within the American Jewish community. The resolution calls on elected officials, faith leaders, and civil society leaders to condemn and counter all acts of anti-Semitism. And I also want to salute Mr. Schmidt, the distinguished member from Kansas, for his powerful endorsement of this idea. The resolution also goes on to urge the House to take, quote, all possible steps to ensure the safety, security, and dignity of American Jews in all aspects of their lives. So we are called upon to condemn anti-Semitism and to ensure the safety of the Jewish community along with everyone else. And the appeal is appropriate and timely. We've got to do everything in our power to counter the poison of anti-Semitism and racism and other forms of bigotry, which are really the gateway to destruction of liberal democracy in our country. But that obligation means fighting anti-Semitism even when, perhaps especially when, it's expressed and endorsed by officials of the United States government. Last week, President Trump finally withdrew the nomination of Ed Martin to serve as the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. Mr. Martin's confirmation in the Senate faced many insuperable obstacles. It was doomed. First of all, he had no prosecutorial experience and no administrative experience running a prosecutor's office. Secondly, he had shown an extraordinary devotion to the extremists who participated in the violent insurrection against the Capitol and against Congress on January 6, 2021. He represented many of them as a defense lawyer, but he championed the cause of a great number more in not just legal, but in political and civil contexts. He also failed to disclose that he had appeared more than 150 times on Russian state propaganda networks like Russia Today and Sputnik when he was nominated to be the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. And these are networks that were forced to register as foreign agents of Vladimir Putin's government. So the truth is that his nomination was doomed regardless. But I would say that all of these disqualifications by themselves pale in comparison to Mr. Martin's long and troubling relationship with a Hitler-loving neo-Nazi named Timothy Hale Kucinelli, who was sentenced to 4 years in prison for breaching the Capitol during the January 6th attack. Hale Kucinelli is an outspoken anti-Semite who proudly wears a Hitler mustache, advocates killing the disabled at birth, and he told co-workers that Hitler should have finished the job. At his sentencing, a Trump-appointed federal judge warned him that his actions and statements make everyone, including Jewish people, less safe in our country. Well, how did Ed Martin, President Trump's pick for one of the most important jobs in the American criminal justice system, react to all of the extraordinary statements and the lawless actions of Mr. Hale Cuccinelli? Well, he invited him to go on his podcast multiple times to spout his fascist propaganda. He presented him with an award before a big audience. He praised him as an extraordinary man and an extraordinary leader. By attending President Trump's inauguration with his good friend, he continued to promote him in establishment political circles, and he headlined a fundraiser together with Mr. Hale Cuccinelli in Florida last year. By pretending not to know that he was a vicious anti-Semite, even after he clearly had evidence that he was, Mr. Martin continued to legitimize and validate the views of this man. Mr. Martin's weak protests that he didn't know anything about what his views really were debunked not only by National Public Radio, but by the record of Martin's involvement with other extremists. For example, Mr. Martin has also praised Jack Posobiec, an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist with links to the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and several other white nationalist organizations. Mr. Martin frequently praises Mr. Posobiec online and calls his anti-Semitic insights valuable and incredible. Mr. Martin's own views are saturated with deranged analogies that dilute the meaning of Nazism and fascism. In one episode about the 2024 election, he compared President Joe Biden to Adolf Hitler, which either means that Biden committed genocide or that Hitler was just a regular old politician. In another episode about the election, he repeated the defamatory lie that Jewish people who vote for Democrats are somehow less Jewish than those who vote for Donald Trump. So how did President Trump treat this disturbed individual after his nomination just collapsed across the hallway in the U.S. Senate in the face of this mountain of evidence of his extremism? Not by cutting him loose, as he should have, but by appointing him to serve in a senior role in the Department of Justice, which does not require confirmation by the U.S. Senate. He named him to be the U.S. pardon attorney, and he named him to be director of a task force on the weaponization of government. A perfect assignment, perhaps, for a man who writes vituperative threat letters to Democrats when he hears them say things that he doesn't like. Well, it makes me wonder why President Trump would put up with this and would insist upon placing him in a position of such critical importance in the Department of Justice. We know President Trump saw very fine people on both sides of the anti-Semitic riot that took place in Charlottesville. We know that he had to his house Nicholas Fuentes, another neo-Nazi Holocaust revisionist. Look, I believe that this is a matter of fundamental importance that both Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate demand that Ed Martin not have a role in the U.S. government, given his close association with all these extremists and his very damning statements in the past, not to mention the fact that he had more than 150 appearances on Russian propaganda state networks. We should be rejecting anti-Semitism wherever it appears, on the left, on the right, in the center. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. If you align with hatred against any group, you are a danger to American constitutional democracy, and we should not allow it to gain a foothold in the government of the United States of America. So let us adhere to the spirit of President George Washington, who said in his famous letter in 1790 to the Hebrew congregation of Newport, Rhode Island, that the government of the United States gives to bigotry no sanction. Gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. To bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. If these words are to mean something in our day, in the 21st century, we must insist that men like Ed Martin and his anti-Semitic associates and friends have no place representing the people of the United States in our government. We must pay more than lip service to the idea of fighting anti-Semitism. We must fight anti-Semitism when we see it in the government of the United States itself and even amongst our friends. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and let's put the words and the spirit of this resolution into practice. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
We do have another colleague on our side who now seeks recognition, and so I would yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was not intending to speak. I had the privilege of just standing in the Speaker's rostrum a few minutes ago and witnessing this debate on an issue that's been important to me ever since I got into public service. I think it is no small coincidence as I was able to wear my kippah up there, something I'm not sure whether has happened before as a debate like this happened. And I thank Representative Wasserman Schultz for bringing this forward and saying that we should stand together on anti-Semitism. But a resolution like this, and I recognize that I'm new, but a resolution like this that says that people should care about these issues is not the time for people to go and make partisan pot shots about anti-Semitism. It is not productive. It is divisive. It is not helpful, particularly in a world where folks on our side could go through a long list and a litany of problems on the other side of the aisle, including with people who actually serve in this room. This is a problem that while I appreciate that you want to work on and while I appreciate that you want to help on it, I can tell you from personal experience that the folks that are on my side, President Trump on down, are committed. Now, are there bad people? Something I often say in Florida. And as you work with me, you will find this. Anti-Semitism doesn't have a monopoly on either party. Both have it. My side does too. But where we fight together to take it on and not to take shots, we actually begin to solve the problem. Commentary like that about President Trump is just not helpful because I can tell you I have seen it in my state where we don't have many of the problems that we find in other parts of the country because we have tackled these issues largely in a bipartisan way, including with people who serve here in Congress on the Democratic side. So I would just say moving forward, while I am grateful at the desire and the belief to tackle anti-Semitism, there is a time and a place for those kinds of arguments. This was not one. I thank you for the resolution, and let us focus on the importance of celebrating achievements that I was not aware of. And I will now share with my family where the slow cooker came from. I didn't know. It makes sense given the kind of food that we eat at home. But I ask us as we tackle this issue to be focused on solving the problem and not making it worse by trying to come up with things that will divide us all. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've not had the good fortune to meet our new colleague from Florida, and I will be sure to come over to introduce myself right after. And I'm glad that he's in support of the resolution. The very first sentence of it says, "The House of Representatives calls on elected officials," which presumably includes us, faith leaders and civil society leaders, "to condemn and counter all acts of anti-Semitism." And if a discussion of anti-Semitism and the contributions of Jewish Americans is not an appropriate time to talk about anti-Semitism in the government, I wonder what is. But I would be very happy to pursue with my new colleague the subject of Ed Martin. I don't know exactly where he stands on Ed Martin, whether he opposed the president's withdrawal of his nomination after it came out of his close association with a neo-Nazi. And, you know, but the story behind it, if you really are interested in it, is National Public Radio confronted him with all of the evidence of Hale Cuccinelli's Nazi statements, including Hitler should have finished the job, and statements like he was right about disabled people, and when babies are born disabled, they should be put to death immediately, and so on. They presented him with a complete litany of it, and Ed Martin's response to that was National Public Radio is a propaganda network paid for by the government, and he had nothing of substance to say about his good friends, this extraordinary leader's anti-Semitic remarks. So it seems for some people, there's never an opportunity to actually repudiate and denounce anti-Semitism when it actually appears. Now, when it came out that he did know about it, they were forced to withdraw the nomination. But imagine everyone's surprise when Donald Trump decided to then make him the United States pardon attorney, overseeing a large office of people considering pardon applications from across the country. Now, is that someone that I think can be trusted to deal fairly in terms of minority groups, Jewish Americans, African Americans, Hispanic Americans? I don't think so. I'm sorry the gentleman doesn't think it's appropriate to talk about anti-Semitism when we see it. We just have an honest difference of opinion about that. But if he's interested in pursuing it some other time, I would love to discuss it with him. And I think you'll come to find that we use the floor of the House of Representatives to talk about a lot of things going on, and you might be able to stick narrowly to one particular topic. Good for you if that's what you'd like to do. But we like to talk about all of our legislation in context here, and this is a matter that is actually called for directly in the very first sentence of the resolution that we're all about to approve. I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. I believe we are ready to close on our side.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The
All right,
gentleman from
so
Maryland is recognized.
We have no more speakers. I want to again thank Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the distinguished representative from Florida, for being such a great leader in opposing not just anti-Semitism, but all forms of racism and bigotry. And anti-Semitism, you could say, was the original form of racism. It goes back millennia. And it mutates and it appears in different guises and different forms at different periods in history. But anti-Semitism and racism are the gateway to destruction of liberal democracy. And so we need to recognize the extraordinary accomplishments of Jewish Americans along with the extraordinary accomplishments of members of other groups, and to fight and resist bigotry of all forms, as George Washington talked about. So let us continue to fight for an America that's going to be open to the contributions of everybody. We appreciate Ms. Wasserman Schultz's ability to bring before us, again, the Jewish American Heritage Month resolution, and we are delighted to support it. We urge all members of the body to vote for it.
From Maryland, yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
We closed.
Are you done?
We have no further speakers.
Sorry.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank all of our colleagues who have engaged in this discussion today on both sides of the aisle. This is an issue that, although we do from time to time go off on particulars where we strongly disagree, at its core, it's an issue where all of us agree as Americans, regardless of our philosophy, regardless of our faith, regardless of our geography, that there is no space for anti-Semitism in American public life. I come from the state of Kansas. It was one of our favorite sons, Dwight Eisenhower, who was the Supreme Allied Commander at the end of the Second World War, who entered the camps, saw the horrors, and ordered that videographers record what was seen so that people would believe. Because I was sure that it was so far beyond the pale and experience of most people what had occurred in the camps and had occurred to the Jewish people and others during the war at the hands of the Nazi regime, that without seeing they would not believe. You can actually still find those films on some of the streaming services. If I would commend it to those who have an interest in seeing that moment in history and perhaps feeling just a little piece of what those who saw it in person understood. There are still, I think it's true, I know it was a few years ago, there are still fewer Jewish people alive today than there were at the start of the Holocaust. That the 6 million who were killed, roughly, It's taken all this time to sort of get back numerically to that starting line. So this is not just another issue. And when we hear people, and nobody's done it here today, but when we hear people out and about who will compare our current politics to the Nazis or to Hitler, I hope we all will remind them that it is not the same. There are moments to have vigorous debates, but it is not the same. And it perhaps, when those terms are used, cheapens a bit of the experience that some of our fellow Americans live through. I want to thank everybody for joining together on this. I encourage all of our colleagues on both sides to support this resolution, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 352? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Those opposed say no. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman?
With that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Okay, the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Okay, a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
In order. Pursuant to Clause 2A, Sub 1 of Rule 9, the Speaker designates this as the time for the offering of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of H.R. 2243 and the motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 352. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 2243, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 58, H.R. 2243, a bill to amend Title 18, United States Code to improve the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act and provisions relating to the carrying of concealed weapons by law enforcement officers and for other purposes.
The questions on the passage of the bill, members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 229, the nays 193. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kansas. Mr. Schmidt, to suspend the rules and agree to the House Resolution 352 on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 352, resolution calling on elected officials and civil society leaders to counter anti-Semitism and educate the public on the contributions of the Jewish American community.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 421, the nays are 1, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion is laid on the table.
Where is he? For what purpose does the representative of Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Con Res 24 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 24, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall and the Capitol Visitor Center for an event to celebrate the birthday of King Kamehameha I.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 5A, 4A of Rule X in the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025 of the following members of the House to be available to serve on investigative subcommittees of the Committees on Ethics for the 119th Congress.
Mr. Benz of Oregon, Mr. Klein of Virginia, Ms. Fedorchak of North Dakota, Mrs. Kim of California, Mr. Mann of Kansas, Mr. Owens of Utah, Mr. Rose of Tennessee, Mr. Rouse of North Carolina, Mr. Taylor of Ohio, and Mr. Yocum of Indiana.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I'd ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of George Millard Allen, Jr., a veteran, a devoted public servant, and a cherished member of the Brunswick, Georgia community. Born in Shreveport, Louisiana, he proudly served our nation in the United States Navy, exemplifying self-sacrifice and patriotism. After his military service, Mr. Allen continued to serve his community in various capacities, including involvement in local education as a Glenn County School Board member. Mr. Allen's legacy is characterized by his unwavering commitment to service, both in uniform and in civilian life. He leaves a lasting impact on everyone who has had the privilege of knowing him. As we remember Mr. Allen, let us celebrate a life well lived and commit to continuing his example of selfless service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Today I rise to highlight the heroism of a number of police officers in the Newport Beach Police Department in my district. This, of course, is Police Week, and the heroism of these officers is worth noting. Just earlier this year, Officer Reagan Grego, Officer Roberto Saucedo, and Officer Jonathan Sunshine valiantly saved the life of a man who was pulled from the ocean after going into cardiac arrest. On the 4th of July, Officer Kyle Cameron, Officer Michael Query, Officer Bernadette Sanchez, and Officer Heather Thompson helped save a man's life after he was injured in a violent stabbing. And Sergeant Ricardo Adame, Officer Tony Gallegos, Detective Joshua Granger, Officer Jack McManus, and Officer Salvador Torres rescued an unconscious woman by pulling her from her vehicle, which was partially submerged in the ocean. Each of these quick thinking and brave decisions reflect the fearlessness and ingenuity of the law enforcement officers in Orange County, which I represent. I am proud to represent such courageous law enforcement officers who tirelessly work to keep our communities safe. I want to thank them for their service. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I stand on a bipartisan basis with one of my colleagues, Lloyd Doggett, one of my fellow colleagues from Travis County, Texas. Mr. Speaker, today we became the beneficiaries of seeing the Corps of Engineers from the Fort Worth District come and visit us to talk about the water needs and the infrastructure of our water programs in Texas. Today, I rise to recognize Kathleen Spillage, Chief of the Civil Works Branch for the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Fort Worth District. At this role, Kathy oversees a comprehensive portfolio of critical water resources development projects in Texas, including flood risk, management, water supply, and operations. Kathy manages a civil works program valued at over $1 billion, supervising the team that takes input not only from members of Congress, but also communities throughout Texas. Under her direction, the Fort Worth District's 25 reservoirs, which provide over 1/3 of Texas surface water drinking, are effectively managed. I am very proud of Kathy's years that she has spent not only with the Corps, but in service to the people of the United States of America, and in particular, Texas. Kathy, great job. I'm very proud of you. May God be with you as you travel back home to our home state of Texas. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my rule.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with grave concern about the threat that the Trump administration poses to Social Security. In February, Elon Musk called the program the biggest Ponzi scheme of all times. Then, a few weeks later, he referred to Social Security as the big one to eliminate. These are not empty comments. They are real threats. Under this administration, we're seeing mass firings at Social Security offices, hour-long wait times, delayed checks, websites crashing, and field offices closing. My district office in Raleigh, North Carolina, has received panicked calls from seniors whose checks didn't arrive on time for the first time ever. Seniors' benefits are under attack, and Donald Trump is to blame. We will not be silent while Trump and his cronies try to slash the benefits that our seniors have earned over a lifetime of hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address this body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From nursery rhymes to classroom wisdom, Mother Goose told stories that shaped childhood, while Mother McKissick shaped minds that built futures. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the remarkable life of Estelle Williams McKissick, affectionately known to everybody as Mother McKissick, a devoted educator, church leader, and pillar in the community in Jacksonville, Florida. For 50 years, Mother McKissick poured her heart into the Duval County public school system as a teacher and principal, where she touched the lives of thousands of kids with her passion for learning. Mother McKissick was a faithful servant of the Bethel Baptist Church, where for 47 years, alongside her husband, Bishop Rudolph McKissick Sr., and together they launched the BEST Academy, B-E-S-T Academy, to help struggling students. Although we mourn her passing, Mr. Speaker, let us carry forward her mission to educate with passion and to serve with love. Godspeed, Mother McKissick. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Officer Matthew Bowen of the Vacaville Police Department. Officer Bowen joined the Vacaville Police Department in 2023 and was celebrated by his friends, family, and colleagues for his kindness, humor, work ethic, and unwavering calm under pressure. On Thursday, July 11th, 2024, Officer Bowen was initiating a traffic stop when he was struck by a vehicle, tragically losing his life in the line of duty. His selfless dedication to protecting others, even in the face of danger, is a testament to his courage and commitment to public service. Officer Bowen is survived by his wife, Elizabeth, and their 2 young sons, Mason and Everett. It was my privilege to name him my district's Public Safety Hero of the Year for Solano County in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this Police Week, I'm honored to recognize Officer Matthew Bowen's legacy of courage and sacrifice. May he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the nation's report card recently showed that our education system is at a state of crisis. There has been a steady and alarming decline. But right now, we have an opportunity to turn the tide by catalyzing a revolution.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. Can you take your conversations out? House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the nation's report card recently showed that our school system is in a state of crisis. There has been a steady and alarming decline in student achievement. But right now, we can turn the tide by catalyzing a revolution in school choice across the country. Half of the equation is the Educational Choice for Children Act, which will expand private school choice to 2 million kids and has been included in the text of the reconciliation bill. But the other half, the High Quality Charter School Act, and a tax provision contained therein, which would triple the number of kids in charter schools across the country, that remains missing still. I am encouraging my colleagues to assure that we provide support for charter school families in equal measure in a way that will expand opportunity across the country. Together with universal school choice, we will be able to begin a new era of educational excellence in this country. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my report.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life and legacy of a former Mayor Melvin Lee Kip Holden of East Baton Rouge Parish. Kip was a remarkable leader who committed his career to the people of Baton Rouge, serving as a city councilman from 1984 to 1988, and then state representative from 1988 to 2004. And then served as mayor for 3 terms from 2005 to 2016. As the first African American to lead the city parish, he broke barriers, built bridges, and always put the people first. Mayor Holden was a trailblazer, a history maker, and a dedicated public servant. His contributions have left a lasting remark on Baton Rouge and beyond. My prayers are with his family, friends, and all those who he touched with his leadership. I thank the Speaker and I yield back. Mr. Speaker, this time I would request a moment of silence. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in California, we're going at it again. Gavin Newsom and the legislature wants to extend California's cap and trade tax for another 15 years. This was a tax that was created by really creating a fake currency of selling the right to make CO2 for your manufacturing plants, power plants, etc. All this does is jack up the price for fuel, electricity, etc., and passes across to families that have to pay for these things. And what will this go for? A portion will go for at least a guaranteed $1 billion per year for the boondoggle in California known as high-speed rail. I call it high-cost fail because it's failing for many, many years and is projected to be probably 25 or 30 years late if it ever gets completed. And it's wasted many billions so far with nothing to show for it. Now he wants to lock in this cap and trade funding through 2045, and while Californians are paying more and more to keep their lights on, keep the gas in the car, projected by some of these actions to be as much as $8.43 per gallon, according to a USC report. Get that, $8.50 a gallon for these schemes. We need to fix roads and do a lot of other things besides high-speed rail and sticking taxes on more people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of my friend and a beloved champion for South Los Angeles, the late Carl Bolton. I met Carl through my work at Crystal Stairs, where he served on the board for over 20 years, including a decade as chair. Under his leadership, Crystal Stairs grew into a respected institution serving thousands of children and families. Carl cared deeply about social justice and the Los Angeles community. That passion guided his service beyond Crystal Stairs. He led the Union Bank Foundation and served on the boards of the LA Urban League, United Negro College Fund, Habitat for Humanity, and many other organizations. Carl and his beloved wife, Lula, used their power for good, especially within the Black community. His passing is a deep loss for us all, but his legacy lives on in the countless lives he's touched and the institutions he helped build. He will be deeply missed. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise during National Police Week to honor the brave men and women in law enforcement who serve across eastern North Carolina and our nation. From Granville County to Currituck County, Northampton County to Lenoir County, and everywhere in between, our officers protect our families and communities daily. They are there during natural disasters. They're taking a bite out of crime. They keep us safe at our favorite local festivals and parades. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the Elizabeth City State University Police Department for working so hard to keep our students safe. I recognize our K-9, and we must also pause to remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Their courage reminds us of the true cost of public safety, and their memories live on in the communities they serve so faithfully. We are forever grateful to every officer and their families for their service, sacrifice, and strength. May God watch over them as they stand guard, watching over us. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the University of Akron Zips women's lacrosse team and their coach, Elaine Jones, as the Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champions of the Week. For the first time ever, the lacrosse team won the Mid-American Conference Lacrosse Championship when they took down Robert Morris University in an overtime thriller to secure their first ever conference championship. With just 14 seconds left during overtime, a goal from Jalen Clinkscale propelled the Akron Zips women's lacrosse team to victory. The odds were stacked against this team as they were picked to finish last this season in the MAC preseason coaches poll, but they persevered and beat the odds, coming in as the champions. This historic season was led by Coach Elaine Jones, who also won the MAC Coach of the Year award. Congratulations again to the Akron Zips women's lacrosse team for their outstanding victory. This team is a shining example of why this community is known as the birthplace of champions. I look forward to cheering you on next season, and go Zips. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and there are so many groups in Virginia that do incredible work for our community in this space. And one I want to recognize today is Loudon Serenity House, which champions affordable, peer-based services for people living with mental health conditions or who are on the road to recovery from substance abuse. Serenity House started as the shared dream of two sisters, Melissa and Rachel Hinton, and they established their first recovery house in October of 2020, and it has since expanded to serve so many people in our community. And this past weekend, I had the honor of joining them for their annual 5K race. I didn't run, but I did shoot the starting gun. But most importantly, we raised a lot of money, and it was a beautiful day. And we must remember that nearly 1 in 4 American adults lives with mental health conditions, yet the majority do not receive the care that they need. And so peer-based programs have been really successful, and they're a very affordable way of getting that care. So happy Mental Health Awareness Month to everyone, and thank you to groups like Loudon Serenity House. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump fired the Librarian of Congress, just 1 year shy of completing her 10-year term. He also fired the head of the U.S. Copyright Office, replacing them with his former lawyers and current DOJ appointees. While the president may get to appoint the librarian, these offices are under the jurisdiction of Congress, and we should be consulted. I've raised concerns about troubling patterns that we've seen emerging in our country, patterns that echo tactics of regimes in Hungary, North Korea, and Venezuela. These are not governments we admire, yet this latest move fits that mold. The Library of Congress is the world's largest library and a symbol of our commitment to free thought. We have seen growing attacks on libraries and books nationwide. Now it seems even the Library of Congress is not off limits. While personnel were fired, this is about power. Who controls what Americans read, learn, and dream? When you limit access to knowledge, you limit freedom. And you send a clear message: questioning authority is no longer welcome. The slide away from democracy continues. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 9th time to call on the Trump administration to restore funding for life-saving food aid for malnourished children. 11 seconds. Every 11 seconds, a child dies because of malnutrition. By the time I finish this speech, 5 more children will have lost their lives. Their lives could be saved with access to this. Plumpy Nut, a nutritional supplement manufactured in North Kingstown, Rhode Island at Adesia Nutrition. Prior to the administration, the Trump administration, Adesia received U.S. aid funding to ship Plumpy Nut to more than 64 countries. They have the capacity to produce 800 metric tons per week, which would serve 100,000 children. Now, the Trump administration has said that they plan to continue this funding. They just haven't done so yet. So I am calling them once again, for the 9th time, to honor their word to restore funding for emergency food aid so that no child's lives are unnecessarily cut short. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Comments.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former small business owner, I wanted to spend a moment to talk about the consequences of the administration's policies, both tariffs and the erratic behavior that has an impact on people like myself who owned restaurants for decades and the thin margins they operate under. 42%, recent surveys have said, of small businesses reported increased costs due to the administration's policies, both tariffs and otherwise. I don't think they realized or thought through the effect of these policies on Main Street America. Over 45% of Americans are employed by small business. They are the backbone of Main Street and our economy. The administration and my colleagues on the other side have to think through the consequences of this erratic behavior on Main Street America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's been quite a week for the House Republicans with the long and late committee hearings as we move forward on our reconciliation package and deliver substantial wins for the American people. You know, like I mentioned, they were overnight, so anybody that might have gotten caught snoozing for a few seconds here or there, we don't want to get too hard on them since it was an all-nighter and we're not in college anymore. As someone, yeah, so I appreciate that. It's significant what we've accomplished. The Energy and Commerce Committee just finished up. House Ways and Means Committee earlier. We've got 11 or so committees that have contributed to the one big beautiful bill, the reconciliation package, and we want to see this thing get advanced as we continue to make it into law as the process plays out. Many of these took midnight, and we're going to move this a conservative and effective agenda. Grateful to be a part of this process and for the work my colleagues are here putting into this as well. In addition to our reconciliation work, House Republicans are honored to recognize Police Week and highlight the important work of our law enforcement officers that they do each day. I just was walking through the Capitol Rotunda and I saw a few police officers here taking a tour of this special place, and just you know, it's such a great opportunity for us to be able to celebrate the work that they do. They put their lives on the line to keep our communities safe. They support local programs, mentor our youth, and respond to crises. They are our trusted partners and neighbors, and House Republicans are continuing to pass legislation to support and equip our law enforcement officers to best serve our families and communities. And I thank my colleagues for joining me tonight to talk about these important topics. And to do that, we'll kick it off right to my good colleague and close friend from the great state of Utah, so much time as he may consume, Mr. Owens.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Blake. Mr. Speaker, this week we honor the brave men and women who wear the badge, those who serve with courage, professionalism, and the heart to keep our communities safe. National Police Week is a time to give thanks to reaffirm our support for the law enforcement officers from Utah to D.C. who put their lives on the line every single day. These officers aren't just responding to emergencies, they are neighbors, trusted members of our communities, and our role models. Today, I also want to honor a fallen hero from my home state of Utah, Sergeant Bill Hooser of the Santa Quin Police Department. Sergeant Hooser gave his life in the line of duty, and this week, his name is being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in the nation's capital. To the Hooser family, may God bless you. May He continue to comfort you and be with you always. We'll never forget Bill's service or his sacrifice. House Republicans are taking action to support those who serve. This week, we're advancing common sense legislation that equips, respects, and protects our law enforcement community. To every officer, to every family who's lost a hero in the line of duty, thank you. Your service matters. Your sacrifice will never be forgotten. We back the blue, we trust our officers, and we will fight to protect those who protect us. God bless our law enforcement community. God bless the Hooser family. And may God continue to bless our great nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from the greatest state in the country. I appreciate your willingness to be here to support this week and your message on this really important police week. I now yield to my good colleague and veteran, all around great legislator from the great state of Florida, Mr. Franklin.
And I thank my well-rested friend and colleague from Utah for the time. Mr. Speaker, this evening, as we recognize National Police Week, I rise to honor the brave men and women in uniform who serve with courage, integrity, and selflessness. Every day, law enforcement officers put themselves in harm's way to protect our communities and uphold the rule of law. They respond without hesitation, often under dangerous and unpredictable circumstances. A recent incident in my district highlights what that commitment looks like. Last month in Bartow, Florida, a man who had brutally assaulted and held his own parents hostage later opened fire on responding officers during a tense confrontation at a local shopping center. Despite the danger, members of the Polk County Sheriff's Office and the Bartow Police Department responded swiftly to protect innocent lives. During the confrontation, Deputy Edwin Alexander was shot in the arm and Officer Mark Sills was struck in the chest, his body armor likely saving his life. Thanks to their training, resilience, and the grace of God, both are expected to fully recover. Their actions are a powerful reminder of the bravery shown by those who serve. They stepped in to shield others, knowing full well the risks they faced. Their story reminds us why we pause this week to honor law enforcement. National Police Week is not only a time to honor those who are killed in the line of duty, but also to thank those who continue to answer the call with distinction. These officers, along with thousands of others across the country, deserve not only our gratitude, but our unwavering support. May God bless them, their families, and all who protect and defend our communities. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida. I now will recognize, so much time as he may consume, to a gentleman from Colorado. I haven't had a chance. He's a new member this term. Took over for a good friend of mine. But we have a very common district. So I represent Hill Air Force Base, and he represents the Colorado Springs area, which we all know is the Air Force Academy. And a lot of shared connection to the Colorado Springs area and his district in Colorado, and Utah First, being strong Air Force communities, and thrilled to be working with such a great new member of the conference, and I yield him so much time as he may consume. Mr. Crank.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Utah for yielding, and proud to stand here today on National Police Week to honor the great men and women who protect us every single day, who wear the badge, and who protect our communities. I want to thank specifically to our El Paso County Sheriff's Office and our Colorado Springs Police Department and all of the local law enforcement in Colorado. They put themselves on the front lines every single day. And I've had the pleasure of doing ride-alongs with our Sheriff's Office and our Colorado Springs Police Department. And I would just say to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, that if you haven't stood in their shoes, don't be critical of the job that they do. Because if you take the time to go do, and many times we have people who come and want to shadow a member of Congress for a day. It's a great opportunity to do that. Take a minute and shadow a police officer for a day. Go on a ride-along and learn what they do. And I've, as I said, had the privilege to do that many times. I recall being on a ride-along, middle of the night, total darkness, walking up on a car. Police officer has a flashlight, and had I not been there, that police officer would have been there by themselves, and essentially they were there by themselves. I wasn't armed. Imagine doing that for a living, day in and day out. Imagine pulling over on the side of the road a car and not knowing if it's just a lady or a man who had a little bit of a lead foot, or whether it's an escaped killer who's going to gun you down. That's the danger that the men and women of law enforcement face each and every day. And it's easy for us to come here to Washington, D.C., and to the Capitol every day and cast our votes. Why? Because we have police who protect us each and every day, back in our home communities, but also right here at the U.S. Capitol. I remember a time in my former life, I was a talk show host. I did many other things. But as a talk show host, in my community one time, there was a shooting. And it was unfortunate. It was a young man who got pulled over. Police were questioning this young man, and as he was talking to the police, he turned and started to run. But as he turned and started to run, he reached into his shorts and he started to pull out a gun. And by the way, they had been told before a description of this young man and that he had a gun. As he turned to run, he was fired upon by the police officer, one shot, and it killed the young man, sadly. There was another man with him who didn't resist. And by the way, he survived and did well. But there were some members of my community who stood up and wanted to make an issue out of that. And I kept reiterating the fact that unless you've stood in their shoes, what would you do? What would you do if you were the person who had to make that split-second decision about whether or not you were going to fire to save your life or to take the life of another person? I also met, by the way, with that police officer after that. He was very emotional, and he told me, he said he'd spent nearly 20 years patrolling that community, 20 years sitting with young girls who'd been sexually assaulted as victims and with their families and helping them through that. 20 years dealing with someone in that community who'd been murdered. He was their advocate. He was their protector for 20 years. And all of a sudden, when his life was threatened and a gun was pulled on him, there were some in the community that didn't support him. We don't ever want that to be the case in the United States of America. And for me, unless you stand in their shoes, you can't be critical. They protect our communities. And I want to emphasize that our local law enforcement in Colorado Springs, in El Paso County, in southern Colorado, we choose to work with federal authorities. They're not ICE agents, but they go to a lot of places, and they work with our immigration and customs enforcement agents to root out people who are breaking the law, and they help protect our communities. That same police officer who you complain about when you get pulled over because you had a lead foot, Mr. Speaker. That same police officer is the police officer who you call in the middle of the night when you hear a noise in the backyard and something at the door. We have to protect the rule of law, and we only do that through protecting our men and women of law enforcement. We had, a few weeks ago in Colorado Springs, we had a raid by the DEA of a nightclub where over 100 people were detained and arrested for criminal activity. There was trafficking of adults, trafficking of children, there were drugs, there was all sorts of illicit behavior there. But the men and women of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Springs Police Department, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and many others worked hand in hand to make sure that the citizens of my community stayed safe through that all. And I also want to say thank you to the men and women of the United States Capitol Police, who I walk past every day. And I'd urge, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge every member as they go past our police officers not to grumpily look at them, not to pass by and act like they don't exist, but to take a moment to shake their hand, tell them thank you, and look them in the eye and tell them how much you appreciate them. We couldn't conduct our business, the business of the United States government, in this Capitol building if we didn't have those men and women who stand watch for us each and every day. And we need to be very thankful for them as well. I'll continue to support the police as long as I serve here in the People's House. It's important to me, it's important to my community, and most importantly, it's important to the rule of law. If we don't respect the rule of law, we've lost everything in the United States of America. We have to have a system that our founders established that allows us to know that we'll be treated fairly. We pass the laws, and those laws are then carried out by law enforcement all across the country, and we expect them to be carried out in the traditions of our founding fathers, in the tradition that people are treated fairly, that if you get pulled over for speeding, you'll be treated one way. We have the protections of our Constitution that our police abide by. We are so fortunate in America to have the men and women who protect us each and every day, and we must continue to protect them and stand with them. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield back the balance. Thank you.
Thank you to the gentleman from Colorado. Appreciate your comments and your anecdotes on your support of the police. It's very important. I want to thank my colleagues for being here tonight to show their support for law enforcement and recognize the sacrifices that these officers and their families make on a daily basis. National Police Week is a great opportunity to stop and thank our local police officers. But we really should be committing to do this throughout the year. I started a little tradition. I actually did it on the walk over from the parking lot to the University of Utah Huntsman Center basketball game, and there's always a few police officers there directing traffic for the few hours of that. And you've got 4 boys under the age of 10 at the time, trying to help get them out of their shell, talk to other adults, and be a little bit more engaging to folks. I've kind of forced this on them, and now they've taken it on their own, that when we see a police officer, we walk up and we look him in the eyes, and he or she, and say thank you. And I shared this with the local police force back home, and it's just one of those things that, like, they do the big things for our community, and we should be able to do the small things. Teaching my boys to say thank you to police officers is the most basic, simple, fundamental elements of being a dad, in my opinion. There shouldn't even be a question of whether you do it, but just watching them walk over to a complete stranger, but they're in uniform and they look up at them in the eyes, because they regularly don't look at folks in the eyes. It's always a little awkward for them to learn that interaction, and they just say, "Thank you, officer." And it's a neat experience, and something that I'm glad I started in. The smallest things, very much appreciated by those in our community that do the greatest and biggest things for us. We always feel they're one phone call away. They're ubiquitous in our community. The police officers that I serve, their chiefs and their leadership are some of the best in our community, and I could go county by county and talk about them, but it's just their sacrifice is very much appreciated, and they do the good work that's needed in Utah. And I appreciate the gentleman from Colorado for highlighting the Capitol Police as well, DC Metro, as we spend a lot of our time back here as well. They do an exceptional and professional job. They also beat us in the congressional football charity game that we do each year. I'm nursing an injury from the soccer charity game. I've turned 45 this year, and I think I finally realized that I'm no longer 18, and this has been a very important lesson to learn, that I'm no longer invincible, and I need to act my age when it comes to some of these intramural type of sports. But the Capitol Police always play the members of Congress in an annual charity match, and that goes to supporting some of their priorities, and they, since I've been in Congress, have always beaten us. They're quite the athletes. Over the last few weeks, we've been talking a lot about the big, beautiful bill, as it's been named. This morning, the Ways and Means Committee adjourned from our markup after 18 straight hours. We went through the night, and other committees did that as well. Energy and Commerce just recently finished up a few hours ago. I just want to express how proud I am for the work that went into this, the countless amendments that the Democrats also put up to create an opportunity to dialogue, to create an opportunity to debate. It's important. And when we're in the minority, Republicans put up amendments to constant legislation that the Democrats are doing. And it does create opportunities for dialogue. And I think once you go through that, there's obviously a lot of posturing and messaging going on, but there is real communication. After a housing affordability amendment was put up, it ultimately failed, of course. Most of these things do, and they're just usually put up as posturing. But I walked over to the gentleman from Los Angeles area that put up the amendment, and I showed him some of the things that I'm working on, some of the market-based solutions to this. We've got to find some real sustainable fixes to housing affordability and making sure first-time homebuyers have an opportunity to get in there. And this created an opportunity for me to share with him what some of my stakeholders back home are doing. I set up meetings for these guys that are from Utah with HUD a little while ago, and it's just like a really neat opportunity. You don't see these types of things happening. They're off camera. But there is real collaboration going on, and this is a moment, this bill that as we advance this, will be a reconciliation bill. And traditionally over the last, in my recent memory, these have been, majority rule votes. The opposition party doesn't vote, no one votes for these go on party lines. But the vast majority of what's in this particular one, we've actually got a lot of bipartisan support on it. And so this tax bill that we're doing, Energy and Commerce is doing a lot of other things regarding their committee of jurisdiction. Candidly, this has taken several years in the making. We've known that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is going to expire at the end of this year. And we have an opportunity to reestablish, make permanent where we can, some of the really pro-growth positive provisions that comes out of that piece of legislation. Other areas of the tax code that have been adjusted or dialed, and we're going to try some new things, only for a few years though, and see how they work out. That's the nature of tax policy. The things that were put for a time limit from 2017 have, in my opinion, stood the test of time and been a strong proponent for pro-growth tax policy. We're going to make those permanent in this bill. And there's other things that are going to be newer to the tax code, and we'll try them out and see how it plays out. 4 years should give us time to be able to analyze and see how they're being effective and overall impact. So this is going to provide real relief to American families, workers, and businesses. The bill expands the child tax credit, provides critical tax breaks for small businesses and the working class, makes America more competitive on the global stage. It also makes the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, like I mentioned, preventing a massive tax hike that would otherwise happen at the end of this year. This moment is why I worked hard to get on the Ways and Means Committee, and I look forward to what we can accomplish. as we move this through the process, through the Budget Committee, through rules, onto the House floor, over to the Senate, and hopefully signed by the President in relatively short order. I'm grateful that several provisions stemmed from my legislation, that my team and I have been pushing over for the last several months, including a permanent increase to the child tax credit and an additional support for families in the range of $500. So you're going to get a $2,500 tax credit for families with respect to their dependents. It also makes the adoption tax credit partially refundable up to $5,000 to include to help children find permanent loving families by removing income as a barrier to adoption. That's key. The concept of refundability is a sticking point. Republicans constrain that a little bit more. Democrats want to overextend it. There's debates on where that sweet spot is. We are making a significant portion of this adoption tax credit refundable and giving this an option for more American families to be able to choose adoption as an option. It's a special thing to one of my siblings adopted all 4 of his children from infancy. It's tough. It's expensive. There's a lot that goes into it just on the financial side, let alone the emotional side and everything associated with it. It's important to do, and we're doing some of that in this legislation. We're also increasing the HSA contribution limit and cap for small business expensing, reinstating a temporary deduction for charitable contributions. 529 accounts will now extend to include career training and credentialing. We're providing income tax exempt status to service members serving in dangerous regions, and we're renewing the Successful Opportunity Zone program, which delivers an additional $100 billion of investment over the next decade for rural and distressed communities, or both. We're investing in education and creating new tax credits for individuals who contribute to scholarship organizations. I'm also very passionate about teaching the next generation about the power and value of compounding interest and capitalism and how it can help them get ahead. The money accounts for growth and advancement. Again, catchy tune here, but being the MAGA accounts. This will demonstrate to American youth the power of compounding interest and the possibilities that can come with investing. Beginning on January 1st, 2026, parents of children under 8 years old can open a MAGA investment account for their children. The government would seed accounts for newborns with a $1,000 federal deposit. These investment accounts would be eligible to receive contributions for family members, employers, nonprofits, and government entities, and they will help set up the next generation for financial well-being. And not even just well-being, but literacy on what this can actually do. And it's not just these individual accounts. This will impact all of their, if taught right, and if we're able to educate properly on this and people can see it in their own lives, this will give them a chance to learn the value of this and it affects every decision that you make. Instead of spending a few extra dollars here, I could put it into a savings and investment yielding account. And what that does in the course of 10 years is far more beneficial to what that short-term gain would have been with that individual purchase. Those type of lessons can be learned when you're actually having some stake in the game. There are endless more provisions from this tax bill that I could share from our markup last night that will deliver on the administration and President Trump's and the congressional Republicans' priorities and make a lasting impact on the success of our children, workers, and businesses. I look forward to watching these policies work through the reconciliation process and eventually becoming law. And, sir, Mr. Speaker, with that, I will yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yields the remainder of his time. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am joined tonight by a bipartisan group of members who have come together to take to the floor tonight to call for members of Congress to be banned from trading stocks. This is a reform that is long overdue. When people elect us to office, they should be able to trust that their members of Congress are acting in the best interest of the country, not the best interest of their own personal finances. And when members of Congress are able to trade off of our position, it damages the integrity of this institution and of our entire democracy. As members of Congress, we have access to all sorts of information that the average member of the public does not. What might be put in a bill or taken out of a bill? What might be put into a budget or taken out of a budget? This is material information, and members of Congress should not have the advantage of that insider information and use that advantage to engage in stock trading. Also, members of Congress should not be conflicted when we have to decide about what to vote for or against. Members of Congress should not be in a position of thinking about what the impact on their stock portfolio may be. We should be making decisions based just on what is best for the American people. The American people recognize that this is a reform that is long overdue. Poll after poll has shown upwards of 90% of the American people supporting a ban of members trading stocks. Now, this is an issue that has been around for a while, but in just the last few weeks, we have achieved significant momentum. In the last 3 weeks, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, President Trump, and today, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, have all come out in favor of this reform. That is real momentum that we should carry forward to the finish line. So the Democratic leader is for it, the Republican leader is for it, the President of the United States is for it. Let's get it done. I'm joined tonight by a number of members who represent, I think, the full ideological diversity of the House of Representatives, both sides, liberal, conservative, moderate, people who understand that the American people expect better of this body. And so I'm going to yield to some of my partners in this effort, members who have had the courage to stand up and say that we need to enact this reform and ban members of Congress from trading stocks once and for all. I'm going to start by recognizing a member from the Republican side who I've had several great conversations with on this issue. He has introduced a bill that would put a congressional stock trading ban into effect. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett. I yield 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking this bull by the horns. Mr. Speaker, as I've heard some of the good old boys say, it is cold in here. Maybe we need to start cutting some hogs. So if you know what that means, you know what that means. Mr. Speaker, I rise to address this body on the issue of stock trading by members of Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, we are public servants and stewards of our community. Why does Congress think we are above the law? For years, members of Congress have gotten rich on the backs of hardworking Americans, when they're taxpayer money. Members sit on committees and go to private briefings where they get privileged information from companies informing us on the stock if the stock price will skyrocket or plunge. We appropriate money to get different economic sectors that may benefit our own portfolios. And who gets the short end of the stick? Hardworking, red-blooded Americans. That is why I introduced the End Congressional Stock Trading Act to level the playing field and restore public trust in Congress. Every time I go back to East Tennessee, I ask my constituents, I get asked by my constituents, Tim, why hasn't Congress done anything to stop this? My answer is simple. Congress says in my notes, Congress doesn't have the stomach, but the reality is we don't have the guts, Mr. Speaker, to sacrifice our own bottom line for the good of the country. I hope I'm surprised, and I hope that Congress takes action, but I doubt we will, seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, we are public servants. We serve the people that we represent. We aren't elected to come up to Washington and get rich. While our constituents at home, oftentimes they struggle to make ends meet. I'm here to serve the least amongst us and try my dadgum hardest to make the lives of East Tennesseans better, Mr. Speaker. I don't sell stocks. I have a mutual fund. I talked to my broker today, Tommy Seiler, and I'm proud to say that I have recovered from any losses, and I'm almost at $11,000 with my mutual fund. Mainly I trade baseball cards and comic books on eBay, and that's currently my portfolio. President Trump said if he passed the bill banning stock trading for members of Congress, he would sign it. Let's see if we have the guts to stand up and do what's right. When I was mayor of Knox County, there would things would come before me, and I would bring in my attorney, and I would bring my buddy Mike Jones, and I'd bring in my dear friend Colonel Julian, who's since passed, And Mike would tell me if it was legal or if it was illegal. He'd say, well, boss, it's legal. And I'd look at Colonel Julian, and Colonel Julian would tell me if it was ethical or not. Mr. Speaker, this may be ethical. I mean, this may be legal, but dadgum, it is surely not ethical. We know what's right. We need to do what's right. And thank you, Mr. Sponsor, and I yield the remainder of my time. It's been a pleasure working with you. You've been straight up, and I dig that. Thank you, brother.
Likewise. Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, who has been an outspoken champion for this reform for many years. Mike Levin, 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, when I first started running for Congress a number of years ago, my wife and I sold all our individual stocks, and I made a commitment that if I were elected, I wouldn't trade individual stocks while in office, because being a representative isn't just a title. It's a responsibility that we all have, and that responsibility is to serve the people and not our own financial interests. Let's face it, too many Americans have lost faith in government. They wonder whether their elected officials are truly working for them. And we can't allow that doubt to grow. We have the power to help fix it. That's why I've long supported legislation to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks, and I am encouraged that we're working together in a bipartisan way to get this done. I thank Representative Magaziner, Representative Roy, and others who have been working together for some time on this. We've got a lot of momentum. And today, as was said, Speaker Johnson said that he supports a stock trading ban. Leader Jeffries supports a stock trading ban. And President Trump has said he would sign a stock trading ban into the law. Again, this is not a partisan issue. Poll after poll shows overwhelming support. Approximately 80% of Americans want Congress to pass a ban on member stock trading. They want to know that their representatives are here to serve the public, not to profit from their positions. Recent events have only made this more urgent. Last month, markets moved sharply after the reversal of tariffs that had been threatened. And just hours before that announcement, there were posts on social media. I don't need to recount all that now, and we don't know exactly who had advance notice of that decision or whether anybody acted on it, but that is exactly the problem. Americans should never, never have to wonder if public officials are using any sort of inside knowledge to enrich themselves. That's why we need to act now. We need a law that says clearly and without exception, if you serve in Congress, you cannot trade individual stocks. No more gray areas, no more questions, just clear rules that restore trust and put the public interest first. We have the support, we have the momentum, and we have a responsibility to get this done. So, Speaker Johnson, please work with us. Allow a vote on a stock trading ban. Let's begin the long process to restore confidence in this body. The time to act is now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. You know, the stock trading bill that I'm leading was originally introduced by Abigail Spanberger, the representative from Virginia, and I know if she's watching, she's smiling to see all of us coming together and to see the progress that has been made in the last few weeks in building support on this issue. I want to give her a lot of credit for getting the ball rolling, along with the next gentleman who I'm going to introduce, who has been a fantastic partner and co-lead on the Trust in Congress Act. I know that we're going to get this done in large part due to his leadership. I'll yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Magaziner has been an excellent partner in this effort, and it's now long overdue. And I'm glad he mentioned my friend Abigail Spanberger. Both of us went to the University of Virginia. It's part of the reasons why we conspired together on this bill, when we were talking about how ridiculous it was that on both sides of the aisle, there were blatant abuses of this trust that the American people put in the people that represent them, not to violate that trust by trading securities for profit on the very issues they're supposed to be voting on objectively to benefit the United States of America. Yet that's precisely what has happened. So this is now the fourth Congress in a row that I've introduced the Trust Act, now with Mr. Magaziner, and I think it is now long overdue. In the 119th Congress, we have 12 Republican co-sponsors and 60 Democrat co-sponsors. I would just say to my Republican colleagues, get with the program. 12's not enough. We need to get everybody on board here. I'm glad the Speaker has said that he would support it. I'm glad the President of the United States, President Trump, has said that he would sign it. But we've got to be realistic about what we're talking about. We vote every day on massive issues. We vote about health care policies involving pharmaceutical companies that make billions of dollars. Massive insurance companies, massive hospital corporations. We vote on intellectual property issues in the Judiciary Committee. We vote on antitrust issues. We vote on all manners of issues, Defense Department policies that involve hundreds of billions of dollars in the capital markets, and yet members are voting on that while trading stocks on a daily basis. Capital Trades reports that 113 members of Congress made 9,261 trades in 2024 involving 706 million shares or other assets. We had a Democrat who made 4,000 trades for a 20% return. We had a Republican who made almost 2,000 trades for a 23% return. A Democrat, 575 trades, a 22% return. I could keep going down the list. We had members of Congress in 2024, a Republican with 149% return, a Democrat with 142% return, a Democrat with 124% return, a Republican with 111% return, a Democrat with 105% return. I can keep going down. There's a lot of Americans that would like to have returns along those lines. In fact, there are now funds out there that follow and trade along with the congressional members of Congress to see what they're trading. That is ridiculous. You should come to Congress. You should take your assets. You should move them into widely held index funds. We should make it able to be done on a tax basis. Come in here, clean the decks, go represent your constituents. It's long past due. Let's move the bill. Let's get it to the floor. Speaker, bring it to a vote, and let's put trust back in Congress. Thanks, Seth.
Being a great partner on this and a great leader on this issue for many years. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, a great champion for justice, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, the American people expect and deserve to know that their elected officials are working for them, not lining their own pockets. When members of Congress trade individual stocks while in office, it fuels distrust, undermines public confidence, and casts a shadow over the work of this institution. Even the perception of impropriety weakens the bond between the government and the governed. Members of Congress have unparalleled access to market-moving information and the ability to shape laws and regulations that can impact entire industries. That power must never be used to enrich ourselves or our families. There is simply no legitimate reason for members of Congress, their spouses, or their dependent children to be trading individual stocks, period. This bipartisan legislation would close that dangerous loophole once and for all. It would require lawmakers to place certain investments in qualified blind trusts, prevent conflicts of interest, and restore accountability where it is so desperately needed. I am proud to co-sponsor the Trust in Congress Act, and I thank Representatives Magaziner and Roy for their leadership on this critical bipartisan legislation. It is a long overdue, common-sense step toward restoring integrity in public service and rebuilding the trust of the American people. I urge my colleagues in both chambers to join us in passing this essential reform, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize someone who is new to Congress, but I know is passionate about this issue and I believe campaigned on it, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the effort to ban congressional stock trading because public service must never be compromised by private financial interest. The American people deserve to know that we are acting on their behalf, not for our own portfolios. That's why I've already began placing all of my assets into a blind trust to align my conduct with the principles behind this important reform. I want to thank Representatives Roy and Magaziner for their bipartisan leadership on this issue. Their work demonstrates the kind of accountability and integrity that Congress needs more of. Their efforts are a critical step forward towards rebuilding trust in our institutions, and I look forward to working with them to codify this into law. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize a good friend and a leader on the Oversight Committee who I know is committed to strong ethics reform, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me begin with a simple fact. No member of Congress should be trading stocks, period, None. That is why I believe we must ban congressional stock trading and why I am proud to co-sponsor this act here in Congress. The American people deserve to know that their members of Congress are working for them, not for stock portfolios, that their decisions, their policies, and their priorities are in the public interest and not the interest of private property, private profit. Because, let's be real, we've all seen it here, even over the last several weeks, as members of this body have traded stocks while working on policies currently before Congress. Possible insider trading in the midst of the president's trade wars. A president and a speaker who both declared it's a good time to buy while members went out and did it. Oil and gas, pharmaceuticals, big tech, and yes, AI. So let me be clear, not only is it wrong and immoral, it must be made illegal. And we will be investigating anyone who engaged in insider trading. But banning stocks is only one piece of restoring faith in our public institutions, especially in a time when billionaires are buying elections and cabinet positions and setting themselves up for sweetheart deals. So let me also say this. We must get big money out of politics and get it out now. We have to end Citizens United, restore the power of the people, end gerrymandering, strengthen our ethics rules, and restore access to the ballot box. That means passing our For the People Act that was blocked multiple times in this chamber, pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, restore the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and pass the Freedom to Vote Act. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue about protecting our democracy, protecting our people, protecting our communities, and protecting our planet. So let's do this. Let's do the right thing. Let's ban stock trading and restore our faith in American democracy. With that, I yield back.
I just want to take a second to thank all of my colleagues on both sides who came out tonight. This is a busy week in Congress. We've got reconciliation markups going on. People's schedules are busy, but the fact that we have so many members from both sides of the aisle who have the courage to stand up and say something that may not be popular with everyone in this chamber, and have also made it enough of a priority to come tonight, is a great credit to each of them, and I want to thank them for their leadership. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, who I know has also been a champion of this issue for some time now, Mr. Mills, for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. You know, I don't need a written speech or a prepared document to say how common sense this is. For far too long, people have basically turned politics into a career, which was never its intent. It was meant to serve we the people. And there is something that is mutually exclusive. You cannot serve yourself in personal enrichment and serve the public at the same time. We know for a fact that even within the National Defense Authorization Act, that you can get language put in, provided to you by companies that allow for certain amounts of money to be sole sourced or in some ways appropriated to defense companies that they can then turn around and invest in. How is that not insider trading when it's public knowledge on what's out there, but not public knowledge on what's being put into the NDAA during the markups? Insider trading must stop, and I can tell you that banning stock trading for members of Congress and their spouse should not be something that is in question. We must rebuild the actual image of Congress. We must rebuild the image of federal government where we are actually here to truly serve the people. I think this is a paramount step in us making sure with friends and colleagues like Representative Magaziner to be able to move forward and rebuild the trust, the hope, and rebuild this institution to be what it once was. Our founding fathers, and many of them were in the private sector and very successful businessmen. They served in an effort to try and get back to their businesses because they actually made more money there. But it's changed where people are making more money while in Congress, while stock trading, than they can in the private sector. The same way that Plan B for failed male athletes shouldn't be women's sports, Plan B for failed entrepreneurs shouldn't be Congress and stock trading. So I support this bill, and I ask everyone to move forward in guaranteeing that we rebuild the confidence in government and we restore what it is to serve we the people. With that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman. I now yield to a man I admire very much, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, a co-sponsor of the Trust in Congress Act, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, it's pretty clear to me, while it may not always come across your television, radio, or cell phone, I believe that the overwhelming majority of members of Congress are good and decent people. Whether we agree on everything is not factored in on what I just said. Unfortunately, as polls continue to indicate, the American people don't believe that that's the way it is. Congress right now is about as popular as a soiled baby's diaper, and we are pushing it down further by failing to hold ourselves accountable. It is absolutely ridiculous that members of Congress can sit in a committee hearing room or get some information by just moving around this city and then come in here and vote on something that would enrich them. I mean, this is wrong. And one of the reasons that you're not going to find anybody else coming in here taking an opposite position is because they are ashamed. And if they are ashamed, it means they know they are wrong. And if they know they are wrong, they ought to support this legislation. Or tell the public, I believe in enriching myself, and I'm not going to support it. Now, I represent a place that's sometimes referred to as Chief's Kingdom. I know some of you are probably offended because we win all the time, but in the recent years, we are accustomed to seeing Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Chris Jones lead one of the greatest teams in history. They've won 3 championships overall, 2 in the last 3 years. They can pass, they can run, they can kick, they can play defense, and they're not too shabby at their kicking game. But there's one thing they cannot do. One thing that they cannot do, even as a Super Bowl champ, they cannot bet on football. They cannot play football and then bet on who's going to win. They can, they're going to get kicked out of the league. That makes no sense. They could fall down, they could miss a pass on purpose. There are all kinds of things they can do. That's wrong. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate very much the opportunity to be just a tiny voice in what's going on, because this is right and not doing it is wrong. I yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman. You know, I come from New England, where we also know something about winning all the time. But we'll keep it in Missouri for now, and I'll yield 2 minutes to another gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Well, thank you so much. I thank the gentleman from Rhode Island, and I am honored to follow my friend from Kansas City, Reverend Emmanuel Cleaver. Thank you, sir. Hey, I agree with you. This is a bipartisan issue. Today, I rise to introduce the Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investments Act. My bill is complementary to Senator Josh Hawley over in the Senate. And look, if you travel the 4th District of the great state of Missouri, just south of Reverend Cleaver's district in Kansas City, and you ask the average person, Mr. Speaker, if members of Congress should be able to trade individual stocks, they'll say no. That is not good for our nation. It's not good for this body. It's not good for rebuilding trust in the U.S. House of Representatives or the U.S. Senate. You know, the reason we introduce this is because there has been widespread reports of suspicious transactions associated with public officials, and it raises a lot of concerns about what we're doing here in this great body. Look, if you want to run for the U.S. House of Representatives and you want to serve the people, Mr. Speaker, that's fine. If you want to trade stocks, then go to Wall Street. I'm the chair of the Oversight Committee for the Small Business Committee. I'm concerned about Main Street. I'm concerned about the 772,047 individuals that I represent. That's what we should be here about, not trying to get rich on trading stocks. And my bill is bicameral. It is bipartisan. As I said before, it's led in the Senate by Senator Josh Hawley. President Trump has announced that he will support this legislation. To make this law, he will sign it into law. Today, Speaker Johnson indicated his support for the underlying policy, and the members gathered here tonight to prove that this is a bipartisan mission, to right the ship, to get us back on the right track. This legislation has workable compliance deadlines. It allows trading in broad-based index and mutual funds and requires real enforcement. It has teeth with substantial penalties for violations. As public servants, we should hold ourselves to a higher standard, Mr. Speaker, and avoid the mere appearance of corruption and impropriety. Unfortunately, too many members of Congress are engaging in suspicious stock trades based on non-public information to enrich themselves. These gross violations of the public trust make it clear we must finally take action, take a stand to ban members and their spouses from owning or selling individual stocks. It's simple. Public service should never be a pathway to private wealth, especially when everyday Americans are struggling. This is about rebuilding trust in what we do. Congress works for the people, not to enrich our bank account. I am proud to join my colleagues tonight on the other side of the aisle. I tell you what, it's kind of refreshing to have something that we agree on. But we agree that America comes first, our constituents come first, and we as servant leaders should come last. So thank you, sir, for holding this special order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman. I now yield to my friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. DeLuzio, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the leadership from the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, and from Texas, Mr. Roy, for bringing us together tonight. Imagine that, some Democrats, Republicans in this chamber, in this town, want to do something about corruption. That's a good thing. I hope the American people are paying attention. And I will tell you, it is clear from conversations with my constituents in Western Pennsylvania, and I know from people all over this country, they think our system is rigged. Rigged against hardworking people, rigged for giant corporations and the rich and the powerful. That kind of corporate power, it doesn't just happen. It's enabled by pliable politicians, by a Supreme Court that opens the floodgates to unlimited super PAC money that corrupts our elections. And we should fight that. And you want to fight corruption? Yeah, let's start with getting that unlimited corporate money out of our politics. But you got to have some credibility. And this chamber, this town, this Congress needs more credibility. One way to build that back is to start with banning congressional stock trading. I think it's an easy place to start. You talk to people in Western PA, you talk to people all over this country, they think it's ridiculous that folks in power and elected office get rich off the inside and sensitive information that we learn in our jobs serving the people, representing the people who elect us. No one should be using that information to enrich themselves, to get rich off of a public trust. So I'm proud to be here in a bipartisan fashion, joining with members of both parties who support this common sense anti-corruption idea. Let's ban congressional stock trading. Wherever we see corruption, we should be calling it out. We should be fighting it. We should take it on. Our democracy turns on public trust, people having some faith in their elected representatives. And what we're railing against here, members trading stock based on information we learn, that erodes that public trust. Let's be smart. Let's come together. Let's call out this corruption for what it is. I again commend my colleagues from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, and from Texas, Mr. Roy, for bringing us together to that end, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'd now like to yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of Congress are here to serve their constituents and the American people, not themselves. Unfortunately, we see this year after year with members of Congress making lucrative stock trades while their constituents struggle to make ends meet. We must restore public trust in this body, and that starts with each of us in this chamber. There is no reason why members of Congress should be able to trade stocks while in office, period. American taxpayers deserve better. That is why I'm proud to have helped introduce the Trust in Congress Act. This bipartisan bill would prohibit members of Congress, in addition to their spouses and children, to trade stocks while in office. This isn't rocket science. This is common sense. Let's just restore trust back in Congress. With that, I yield back.
Well, I thank you very much to Ms. Kim, and now I would like to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Thanks to the gentleman from Rhode Island. Mr. Speaker, members of Congress should not be allowed to trade stock. This should be a no-brainer. Members of Congress should not be allowed to profit off of their service. When members are in a position of directly benefiting from the manipulation of the stock market and they profit off of their position, it is corruption, plain and simple. Just last month, numerous members and cabinet officials profited off of Donald Trump's tariff chaos announcement. This should not be acceptable. I know majority of Americans agree, nearly 90% support a ban. Every time a member cashes in, it undermines public trust. That's why I have always supported a ban for elected officials and their families, because exploiting inside information to enrich yourself should never be allowed. It is time we come together to stop this corruption and pass an immediate stock trading ban. Thank you.
Well, I thank you very much to the gentleman from Minnesota. I would now like to yield 2 minutes to a new member who has come in and already been making a mark, and I know is here with the intent of being a reformer, which is what we need in Congress. I'll yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari.
Thank you, Congressman Magaziner. I rise today in support of long overdue legislative measures to prevent members of Congress from trading stock. The original Stock Act, passed in 2012, bars a member of Congress, the president, the vice president, and high-level staff from engaging in insider trading or otherwise using non-public information for their own benefit. The bill also included important updates to financial transparency by requiring these high-ranking government officials to quickly disclose financial transactions to the public. In fact, it is because of this bill's provision that we know that members of both parties are still consistently able to use non-public information to benefit their own stock portfolios. Incidents like these break our trust with the American people, with our constituents. That's why I'm so proud to co-sponsor Congressman Magaziner's Trust in Congress Act. This bill would require members of Congress and their immediate family members to divest from individual stock holdings or place them into a qualified blind trust during their entire tenure in Congress. In practice, it would ban members of Congress from trading stocks. This is just common sense. Members of Congress should be prohibited from using non-public information for our own benefit. Polling has shown that nearly 86% of Americans support barring members of Congress from trading stocks. So this should be easy, this should be bipartisan. The Trust in Congress Act and bills like it would prevent corruption and restore trust in Congress. Before I was sworn in to federal office, I made a personal effort to sell stocks that I had and to ensure that my financial future would not and could not be dependent on information that I might become privy to as a member of the House of Representatives. It's about more than following a set of rules. It's about acting ethically and respecting the power of the offices we hold. And in a time where the President of the United States is expected to accept a plane worth hundreds of millions of dollars from a foreign nation, respecting a moral code and setting a strong example could not be more important. I'm heartened to see my colleagues on both sides of the aisle standing in support of this issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much to Ms. Ansari. I would now like to yield to someone, but let me just preface this by saying, again, we've had a big couple of weeks in this fight to ban members of Congress from trading stocks because not only rank and file members, but leaders have been coming out in favor of this common sense reform. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, today Speaker Johnson, President Trump, and a leader who has been out in front on this issue for a long time co-sponsor of the legislation that I've reintroduced to ban members of Congress from trading stocks, is our assistant Democratic leader, my friend from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, and I yield to him as much time as he may consume.
I thank the chair. First and foremost, let me thank my distinguished colleague from Rhode Island, whose clarion call on this issue, his demand to an end of corruption, an end to this outrageous practice of stock trading by members of Congress, has inspired many of his colleagues who have joined the coalition that he is building in real time. And I couldn't be more grateful to Representative Magaziner for his leadership and for championing this issue at such a critical time, and I'm grateful to be a partner with him in this effort. Our 26th president, Teddy Roosevelt, once said that no man who is corrupt, no man who tolerates corruption in others can do his duty by the community. That admonition rings true today. 4 years ago, I led an effort to ban stock trading by members of Congress, joined with colleagues on both sides of the aisle. For 4 years, we have tried to convince this chamber to ban members of Congress from trading stocks. Why? Because members of Congress should be serving their communities, their constituents, and their country, not their stock portfolios. In that 4-year span, 48 months, 1,400 days, how many millions of dollars have members of Congress in this body made from trading stocks? It's unconscionable. It's a practice that should have ended years ago. And we have continued to beat that drum month after month, week after week, day after day, and we will keep doing it until a majority in this body joins the rest of the American people, the public, in supporting a ban to this insidious practice. And I'm grateful to Representative Magaziner for continuing to beat that drum, leading the effort now over the last 2 years. It feels as though we're on the precipice, as Mr. Magaziner noted, of finally getting traction in this chamber to end this practice. But the one cautionary note I would offer, Mr. Speaker, is that in that 4-year span, as I mentioned, this journey, this battle that we have waged, again, colleagues of mine on both sides of the aisle, to ban stock trading, I have heard virtually every excuse in the book from some of my colleagues. It's too complicated, there are competing bills, the legislative text is complex. This is very simple. Just ban it. Not 5 years from now, not next year. Let's just put a bill on the floor to ban it, period. Members of Congress will no longer be able to trade stocks. Simple as that. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues will join me, join Mr. Magaziner, join the coalition that is organized around this issue so that we can finally get this done and end corruption here in Washington. And with that, Mr. Magaziner, I yield back.
Thank you very much. As we get ready to close here tonight, I want to thank my colleagues once again for their leadership on this issue and their courage, because, as was said earlier, the opponents of this stock trading ban, they don't speak out publicly, but they are here. And they are watching and they are listening, and they are probably not very happy with us tonight. And so it takes people of courage to be willing to stand up and say, we here in Congress have to change. We have to change the way Congress works so that we work for the American people and not for ourselves. We need to end this corruption. We need to end this insider dealing. We need to end congressional stock trading. And what you've seen tonight is that this is a bipartisan issue. We've had people speak tonight from across the political spectrum who had the courage to stand up for what is right and to stand up for what the American people not only want, but are demanding of us. And make no mistake, this insider trading is happening. It is happening. I've got the statistics right here. In 2024, the average member of Congress outperformed the market by nearly 3%. Now, I used to work in the investment business, and let me tell you, there are paid professionals who do not have that kind of outperformance. The year before that, the average member of Congress also outperformed the market, and the year before that, and the year before that. The last 4 years in a row, members of Congress who traded stocks outperformed the market. That is not a coincidence. One time, 1 year might be luck, but 2, 3, 4 years in a row is a clear pattern of corruption that needs to end. Members should not be allowed to trade off of inside information and should not be conflicted when deciding how to vote on a bill or whether to support a policy. The American people support this overwhelmingly, and it is time to get it done. Now listen, I'm feeling hopeful. Earlier this year, it was hard to get people to pay attention to this issue. It was hard to get media coverage. It was hard to get member support. But in the last month or so, things have started to change. Leader Jeffries supports it. Speaker Johnson supports it. President Trump supports it. People are starting to notice. We are building momentum. And I want to end tonight with gratitude for those who started this journey before I ever got to Congress. Former members like Abigail Spanberger, Ken Buck, who have pushed for this for years, we are now building off of their work. And those of us who have various versions of a stock trading bill, I've got the Trust in Congress Act that I've been leading with Mr. Roy. We've got a few other members who've introduced their own versions. We are now working together to develop a consensus bill that we can all get behind and push together, and we are getting close. So the excuses for inaction are running out fast. The excuses for inaction are running out. The American people want this. It's the right thing to do. Let's get it done. Once again, thank you to my colleagues from both sides who have had the courage to stand up tonight in support of a stock trading ban. The time is now. Let's get it done. And with that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this week we passed a major milestone when a majority of the entire House of Representatives signed on as co-sponsors of House Joint Resolution 166, supporting a democratic, secular, and non-nuclear Republic of Iran. This truly bipartisan and broad-based House majority of 224, consisting of 139 Republicans and 85 Democrats, endorses the general principles propounded by the Iranian democracy groups, most notably the 10-point plan proposed by the National Council of Resistance of Iran. It calls for the universal right to vote, free elections, a market economy, separation of religion and state, gender, religious, and ethnic equality, a foreign policy based on peaceful coexistence, peace in the Middle East, and a non-nuclear Republic of Iran. It also condemns the Iranian regime's terrorism, regional proxy wars, and internal oppression. Over 4,000 parliamentarians worldwide, the majority of 33 national legislative assemblies, over 130 former world leaders, and 80 Nobel laureates have endorsed these principles, and I'm gratified that a majority of the entire House has stepped forward to support this resolution. You know, there are several Iranian groups fighting the Iranian dictatorship, and it will ultimately be up to the people of Iran to chart their own future, as the 10-point plan proposes. But now, one cause should unite us all, and that is the collapse of the current regime. To this end, we've organized the Iranian Human Rights and Democracy Caucus within the House of Representatives. This is a truly bipartisan caucus. Like the various liberation groups of Iran, we Republicans and Democrats differ and quarrel about many things, but we are solidly united in support of the people of Iran and their struggle for their own liberation from the tyranny of the mullahs. The Iranian regime has made clear that it intends to acquire nuclear weapons and, once acquired, to use them. President Trump has made clear that this cannot be allowed to happen. I, for one, appreciate the efforts of this administration to stop that from happening without bloodshed. But the Iranian regime has proven itself to be utterly untrustworthy to abide by any agreement it makes. That makes any negotiation with this regime highly problematic. There's only one solution that promises to resolve this danger without the risk of a terrible war that would claim many thousands of innocent lives, and then that's the collapse of the regime from within. Opposition to the oppression of the mullahs has been simmering in Iran for many years. It's time to provide material support to help these groups liberate their country. Past administrations sent cargo pallets of cash on cargo planes to these bloodthirsty mullahs in hopes of currying their favor and cooperation. However good the intentions, the result was to help fund the oppression of the Iranian people and the export of terrorism throughout the world. I believe the time has now come to provide the same assistance, not to the oppressors of Iran, but to the people of Iran and the resistance groups actively seeking their overthrow. The overthrow of this regime from within would be the cheapest, surest, and most peaceful way to remove it as a threat to the freedom of the Iranian people, the stability of the region, and the peace of the world. That's what the Iran Human Rights and Democracy Caucus was organized to promote, and what House Joint Resolution 166 pledges to accomplish. And now I'm very pleased to represent to introduce the representative from Florida, Mr. Randy Fine.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me here today to talk about this important subject. I came to speak because the cause of Iran is not just a cause that we should care about for the Iranian people, though we should as Americans. We're a people whose country was founded because a group of people were unhappy by the tyranny that we face, and there's no question that they face it over there as well. But that the cause of Iran is one that we should care about because it's in the best interest of the United States to care about. We live in a world that unfortunately is on fire, whether it's in China, whether we see it in Russia, but certainly in Iran. And Iran has chosen to not only take their horrific, genocidal, lunatic policies to kill their own people, to hurt women, to hurt people who won't abide by their radical Islamic faiths, but they've done it to other people around the world. They are the leading sponsor of terrorism around the world. Now, we saw this most dramatically just a little over 18 months ago, when on October 7th, 2023, 1,200 people, most of which were Jews, but not all, people from dozens of countries, including Americans, were attacked and killed. And we focus on Hamas, but Hamas only exists because Iran funds and supports it. And so just as we saw President Trump free the last American citizen who is being held hostage because of Iran, those problems, those challenges continue to happen today. I did a little research. Obviously, I have an affinity to Jewish problems around the world because I am one, and always have been part of a small minority throughout my life. I'm one here in Congress as well, where it's a great honor to be here. But in 1979, 100,000 Jews lived in Iran. And the same people that Iran likes to fund that talk about genocide and suffering and rooting out people and all these problems around the world, you can go say, well, how many of those folks still live in Iran today? Well, today estimates are 10,000 Jews live in Iran. Now, I'm not saying that 90,000 of them have been killed, although certainly some of them have had, but 90,000 have left. 90% of this population, of just one population, there's many populations of people who would be at risk in a place like Iran. 90% have left and fled, many, by the way, coming to the United States. And they do that because they are not free to live their lives the way they want to live them. So today, when we talk about this, we stand with Iran not only because we believe in freedom for all people around the world, the freedom of self-determination to decide what kind of government you want, frankly, to allow women to vote, to have equal rights with men, to live in a society where religion is important, but it is not a tool for oppression. But we care about these issues because they create for the peace and security in the Middle East, and ultimately that leads to the peace and security here in the United States. So it's my honor to speak here today to support you in your resolution and to do everything that we can to get these lunatics out of power and to allow the great Persian people, where many say civilization began thousands and thousands of years ago, to re-seize that initiative that they had at the founding of civilization to rebuild the kind of society they once had and they certainly could have again. And I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Fine has only been here now, about 6 weeks, but as you can see, he is already distinguishing himself as a vital voice for freedom abroad and for liberty at home, and I couldn't be more pleased to have him here today speaking on behalf of this resolution, so thank you again. Mr. Speaker, Iran is one of the oldest and greatest civilizations in history. It was the most free, advanced, prosperous, and open countries in the Middle East just a few decades ago. Then came the revolution of 1979, when the progress abruptly ended with the takeover by the theocratic despots who introduced a reign of terror that has gone on now for decades. Twice before, Iranians were at the verge of overthrowing this regime. In 2009, as Iranians took to the streets during the so-called Green Movement, they looked to the United States for support, but got only silence. In 2016, the American government sent $1.7 billion in cash to the mullahs on shrink-wrapped cargo pallets, and in 2015, released $150 billion more in frozen assets, all to get a nuclear agreement that Iran never honored. Today, America must stand with the people of Iran. The regime in Tehran has been crystal clear about its intent to develop nuclear weapons and once developed, to use them. There are only two ways this is going to end, either with thousands, perhaps millions, dead in a terrible war, or with a successful revolution and the long overdue collapse of this regime. The President is speaking out forcefully and he is acting decisively. So must Congress. House Resolution 166 has 224 co-sponsors representing both political parties. It expresses support for the Iranian resistance and its vision of a free, secular, and non-nuclear Iran. I urge the leadership to bring it to the floor for a vote. Our Declaration of Independence proclaims that whenever a government becomes destructive of the natural rights of its people, it becomes their right to alter or abolish it. This critical hour has come for the people of Iran. I believe it is time for the United States to step forward with material support for the freedom movement. For every dollar this government has given over the years to this brutal dictatorship, we owe many times over to the Iranians who are desperately trying to overthrow their oppressors and restore the blessings of liberty to themselves and their posterity. They need direct satellite access to the internet that the regime has denied them on the ground. They need us to restore economic sanctions, as the President is doing against the regime, and a renewed boycott of Iran. Decisive turning points in history do not come often. When history commands, we must answer, and that answer will follow us far into the future. This time, in this hour, let the United States take its stand with the people of Iran, and by so doing, fulfill those proud words in our Liberty Bell, to proclaim liberty throughout all the land and unto all the inhabitants thereof. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.